Last Saturday of the meet. Welcome to Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Bird's eye view, Saratoga Racecourse. And here's a live look. 2-year-olds on the track for the opener. What better way to start a Saturday at Saratoga? About 4 minutes out and just outside the paddock. Welcome everyone, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Ignoring the sentiment that this is closing weekend, what we do have is a sensational day of thoroughbred racing in front of us, and it's all about to get underway. 13 races. Let's take a look at the schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. That opener in just a few moments. Start of the early pick 5. First stakes race, the Saranac race 4. Late pick 5 starts in the 9th. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature around 74 degrees as I welcome in my friends and colleagues, champion jockey Richie Migliori, Jonathan Kinchin. Like we'd love to sit here and wax poetic about the Jockey Club Gold Cup and closing weekend. We don't have the time, JK. Horses on the track. We have 2-year-olds. Who'd you come up with?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Shug, the 8 General Jim. This is a horse that took some money on debut and ran well that day. Was wide all the way around there, had 0 position throughout that race, and then now takes the opportunity to switch to the turf. Worked on the turf in the last 2 workouts. If Shug says all systems go based on those works, then I'm good with that as well. The Dam was a turf sprinter as well, so there's some pedigree in there as well.
Shug McGahee trying for yet another Jockey Club Gold Cup later this evening. See the odds. Maiden special weight. 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on grass. Here is the favorite, Ari Gold Entourage fans. That's Jeremy Piven's character in the HBO series, and probably why he's favorite at 6-5. That's how good the show was.
Well, and a very strong work tab, and Todd Pletcher is a guy who's very sharp at knowing where his horses belong. This is a half to Petruccio. There's a pedigree there. Horse making a nice impression on the track.
Some of our older audience might argue with me about this, but I think Ari Gold is one of the greatest TV characters of all time.
Amen. Amen. Preach. Miss Entourage. I'm telling you, that's why he probably can't run. That's why he's favored, because his name is Ari Gold. We'll find out in a few moments. Then you're looking at Please Baby. Has an edge and experience over most. 2 starts. This was his most recent week 2 of the meet, facing similar Richie. Please Baby, far back. And watch him. He shows some ability here in the stretch.
Now, he did get to, some pace to run at, so I know that that's one thing you got to factor in. But he kind of hopped at the break, Lafitte, really didn't take the first turn that well. There were other horses that were bearing out, and he tried to follow them. But he felt to me like he settled and really finished. And the size and the length, the scope of him, I really think he's a horse in his 3rd start will hit an optimum fitness level. And I like the fact that at least he was finishing.
0 tactical speed. Hate to see him drop so far back, but he does have some talent. So 3 days left. Better late than never. Sign up today. Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. 2-year-old race. You know you're going to hear from Maggie Wolfendale. She's standing by in the winner's circle. Maggie, welcome to the show. Wanted to ask you about a first-time starter currently at 7-1. Fly Right. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Fly Right is the full younger brother to Sail By, who won impressively, albeit in a turf sprint first time out for same trainer and breeder owner Jeff Treadway in her debut, and since has gone on to be a greatest stakes winner, actually winning the Miss Grillo in her 3rd career start. And he is, while he looks like her, same coloring, kind of markings and frame, he's twice her size. And that's what you often see with second foals and also being a colt. And he's just done everything right so far. And I'm putting faith in my good friend Leah Giamatti, who her only other winner, albeit with an older horse, was a first-time starter this year at Saratoga, who blew up the tote board. So I really like what I'm seeing from Fly Right, and I love the pedigree. Number 3, Ari Gold, I agree. Love the character, love the show, Entourage, as he is your favorite, son of Medaglia d'Oro. And I like the fact that he's a Medaglia d'Oro that has a hind end. A lot of times you see these horses from him debut, and they lack a little bit of substance and conditioning behind the saddle. Not him. He's beautifully put together. He does have one of those wild white eyes, and he wanted to get a little bit goofy. You can see it there on his right side. Want to get a little bit goofy. Doesn't want to link up with the pony, but he did warm up beautifully by himself with Arad Ortiz aboard, and he's just a big, good-looking horse. And he was working in his last workout with Mind Tap, who's in today's 6th race. Not as quick as him, but out of the gate, but found his stride nicely. And he does, in that workout, come off the bridle late. And that gives you every indication that he's a turf horse and he's wanting this surface beneath his feet rather than the dirt. Next, we'll move on to one who has experience. And I agree with JK and General Jim. I liked him first time out, and he was just very eye-catching. Wasn't one I was expecting to necessarily like. He still looks as though fitness is a slight question, but he has a turf hoof. He looks like a turf horse. And watching his last workout, or excuse me, 2-back on the turf course on XBTV, he just looked so happy. He was working with older horses, just bounding along the outside. So this switch does suit him well. And then drawing in off the AEs, maybe a little forgotten, is number 2, Classic Creation. Debut going the 5.5, didn't have much early speed, but ran on well while kind of staying towards the inside and weaving his way in throughout traffic. They put just a very short cheater blinker on, as you can see here, and he looks like he wants this distance. He looks ultra fit here too. He's gotten sharp. Look for him to show more speed with that stretch out. We'll see what Eric Kinsell can do from that outside post, though, if he can get over. And Lafitte, just to note that number 6, Uncle Dan, was a late scratch in the paddock as he was wearing the wrong shoes. So he was not allowed to run because he was wearing shoes that are now prohibited under HISA rules.
Wrong shoes, defection. Uncle Dan, get the right shoes next time. He'll have a chance to make his career debut. Circling back to the favorite, JK, Ari Gold. How about this pattern from trainer Todd Pletcher in terms of how he's prepared Ari Gold for his debut and the surface Ari Gold winds up making his debut on?
Yeah, look, I mean, this horse can win. I just don't love the way that this situation kind of lays out. Todd worked the horse on the dirt 11 times. 11 times. Mm-hmm. And then has decided, we'll just trot him on the turf. They got a turf course over there at the Oklahoma. He could easily work this horse on the turf. I feel like this is kind of one of those, I'm just guessing, let's try 2 turns on the grass and see if we can't figure it out.
Because of his pedigree, right? Petruccio, the brother, was decent on the turf. He was stakes placed.
If he wins, doesn't Johnny I have to shout, victory?
That's Johnny Drama.
Yeah. Right? God, that'd be money. Post time for the first of 13. Sean Embriel standing by.
And they're off. Slow beginning for number 9, Impeccability. It's a good start for Read On and Ari Gold. And the two of them are right together. Now they're joined on the outside by a Classic Creation. General Jim sits behind and is racing in 4th. And then down on the inside is Fly Right in 5th. Followed by Good News Rocket, who's in 6th position. And then we come back to Scramble, who's in 7th, followed by Please Baby in 8th. And it is a huge break back to Impeccability, who trails the field. They're on the backstretch now, and the quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. And the leader here is a Classic Creation, in front here by a length, with Read On giving chase in 2nd. And then it's the duo of Ari Gold and Fly Right. Ari Gold's on the outside, and Fly Right is down at the hedge. And then it's a break about 2.5 lengths to Good News Rocket. The half-mile in 49 and 4. Classic Creation with the lead. Then Read On now getting closer. And the favorite firster, Ari Gold, just behind the front runners in 3rd. Fly Right next in 4th, followed by General Jim as they go around the turn and head for the top of the stretch with Classic Creation challenged now on the outside by Ari Gold. It's Classic Creation, Ari Gold. Here's General Jim as the field comes through the stretch now. And now bursting on through here is Fly Right. Fly Right now up to grab the lead. General Jim on the outside. Then Ari Gold back in 3rd. A late run here from Scramble. They're coming off for the finish. General Jim now takes the lead in deep stretch. General Jim won it. Fly Right was 2nd, and Scramble finished 3rd.
General Jim, Luis Saez, Shug McGahee. Your excuse for the rest of the day, JK. Well done.
Was the Saratoga Live Exacta, right? You gave out the winner, General Jim, and Maggie's second, the runner-up, the first-time starter, Fly Right, who exploded through between horses here, Jonathan. Looked like he might be on a victory, but the experience in General Jim just kept coming with a relentless run.
Yeah, I mean, he ran well on debut on the dirt, sprinting, and then he got to get on the grass. Maggie mentioned the turf hoof on this horse, and then, you know, it just happened to work out. That experience, I think, goes a long way. But I have to say, Maggie's pick with the 2 fly right, horse ran extremely well for a trainer that does not pop with horses first time out all the time. Now, she has obviously done well at times, but that was a very impressive run.
Saw Javier Castellano right there, and he dove towards the inside, finishing well, fly right. Ari Gold's going to tire a touch, and General Jim accelerating late here with Luis Saez. Richie able to outrun fly right, but for fly right, something to build on moving forward, and scramble at 31-1, completing the trifecta.
Yeah, big run from the outside, and he certainly, Scramble, has a pedigree that I think going further will be even better. But I think just having the race under his belt, experience, made the difference that last 16th of a mile.
Might not be the last time we see Shug McGahee in the winner's circle this afternoon. All smiles you saw from Luis Saez, has first captain coming up in the Jockey Club Gold Cup later this evening. We'll have those results, reaction coming up, but now that we have a moment, we can take a look at the first of 3 graded stakes races this afternoon and the 116th running of the Grade 3 Saranac. 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th on grass. Just a field of 4 now. Piqua a scratch. $200,000 purse. All eyes on Annapolis, number 3, 2-5 on the morning line. And this was his last win. The Manila at Belmont, 4th of July. Annapolis, JK, winning with authority.
Yeah, no, this is a very impressive horse. He was impressive as a 2-year-old. He's gone on to stay impressive as a 3-year-old. One of the things I like about him in general, and then also it's going to come in handy today, is he's tactical. He's not one of those turf horses that you go, oh, well, if the pace is right, he gets some cover, and he saves ground on the first turn, then he'll win. This horse can make his own trip, and I like that. As long as Irad's aggressive away from there, finds his position, this is the best horse. He'll win this race.
Bass Racing homebred, Richie, trained by Todd Pletcher. He ran well in the Saratoga Derby. All right, so he couldn't catch Nation's Pride, but showed his class, never discouraged, and finished second.
He ran big, and listen, Nation's Pride might have been unlucky to lose the Belmont Derby, and he came back with a perfect trip to win the Saratoga Derby. This is a good horse, and just what Jonathan's saying, you know, that the fact that he can make his own trip in a 4-horse field, there's very little speed here. Maybe the 5-horse, Fuerteventura can. But Annapolis has shown that he can be up on the pace and finish the deal as well. Son of Warfront, Claiborne farm stallion that's just become a prolific sire.
I feel like I have to ask this because we watched Jackie's Warrior lose at 1-9 last week. Richie, is there a potential pitfall that Annapolis has to avoid? What could be an obstacle?
You know, I think it would be actually almost in some ways more of a surprise if Annapolis lost in a 4-horse field because there's not much speed and he's going to put himself in the game, where Jackie's Warriors are speed type. And sometimes with speed types, even if they look dominant on paper, they're subject to maybe getting pressure from another speed type.
Yeah, Annapolis doesn't have to make the front. He just needs to be forward. Right. I will say this, you know, if Irad goes out there and gets cute and invites a bunch of horses into the race and waits until the quarter pole to start asking and doesn't open up, they could run him over late. I mean, I don't think that'll happen, but it could.
If he's not in front, something's funky as far on pace. There's just, and he's not normally a front-running type. There's just no pace whatsoever. I feel like he almost has to be in front and control.
In a 4-horse field, I could see someone trying to get aggressive and be in front of him, and Irad will just sit, and he'll sit off this horse. He doesn't have to have the lead, but he should be in front. If Irad's riding aggressively, I think he would find himself on the front end.
More likely winner, Annapolis or Warlike Goddess later?
Oh, man, that's a tough question. I think they're both formidable. Warlike Goddess is a little bit more proven, obviously, and the way she gets distances. I mean, she just galloped into the lane last time in the Glens Falls, and basically a paid public workout. Principles of riding, one of the several things that I live by. Get your position going forward. If Irad Ortiz gets his position going forward, and never take anything away that comes easily to a horse.
And in case you missed it earlier in the week, a Miggs feature taking you inside the starting gate. We're going to revisit that later in the show. First things first, the first race of 13 in the books. General Jim, JK's top selection, Luis Saez, Shug McGahee, impressive winner of the opener, Mig.
Very impressive, very determined, moved up off his first start where he showed ability on the dirt, but certainly looks like he found his home on the turf. Fly right, nice run from the first-time starter with a pedigree. And
this isn't a red board. This is just, I think, a lesson for horse players out there. When you see a guy like Todd Pletcher, dirt, run on the turf, it feels to me he's trying to figure something out. He's trying to wake the horse up, trying to figure out why the horse isn't really doing what he expects him to do. And I would take it as a negative at a short price.
All right, so General Jim, we go down to Maggie in the winner's circle with legendary Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee.
That's right, Lafitte, and what a nice way to kick off the day for Shug and his team. General Jim Shug, you're actually telling me named for one of Mr. Adams' friends.
He is. He's named after Mr. Adams' friend. He's a brigadier general in the National Guard, and they always come to the races with him here, and he lives in Saratoga and spends the winters in Naples. He's got a young son that loves it, and if he comes out to the barn, you can't get him to leave, so I was glad for all of them.
Creating fans along the way. And Shug, talk about the decision to switch him from dirt to turf.
I really can't answer that one. I said, let's breeze him on it and see what happens. And, you know, I like what I saw. His dam side's got some grass in it. And so I thought he breezed better on the grass than he did the dirt. Now, I will say that I think we brought a different horse over here today than we did earlier in the meet. I thought, you know, he kind of bulked up and still got a ways to go. I think he's still a little green. Looks like he'll run as far as we want him to, which is a good thing. So we'll take our time and see what happens from here.
Why you've had so many greats in your care, and one of them being first captain that we'll see later in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. You know, last time out in the Suburban, his effort in finishing second was sublime. Talk a little bit about the time from that race to this race and what you've seen in his training.
Well, he came out of the race really well and really quick. You know, and then we got him up here, and you know, I think he's really prospered up here in the, you know, in Saratoga. He likes this main track. I'd bring him over here a lot to just gallop him some, and he's had a couple of works over here, and you know, I think that he's really gone the right way, and it's a very solid race, and you know, I'm glad to be a participant.
It's going to be a good one, Shug. Wishing you the best of luck with him, but congrats to General Jim here.
Thank you, Maggie. I was glad for Mr. Adams. You know, he's such a nice man, and to have a little success for him makes it fun.
Well, and he certainly invests a lot in the game, Lafitte, and General Jim. There were big smiles down here in this Saratoga winner's circle.
Lots to be excited about moving forward for Shug McGahee. First captain later by Curlin, a Jockey Club Gold Cup winner among many other big races. What do you make of his chances today, JK?
Well, look, I think he'll appreciate the distance of 1.25 miles. He seems like that type of horse that'll just kind of run all day. Talented. He was an expensive horse, $1.5 million. The cheapest one in his family, right? His sister sold over there a couple of weeks ago for $2 million. But he's obviously got a phenomenal pedigree and a trainer that I think that will continue to have him improve. And maybe Bobby Flay will be happy this afternoon.
I almost tripped over Bobby today at the grocery store at like 8:30 this morning. It was really weird. The fight that first captain displayed in the Suburban, like impressive in a loss.
Yeah, he wasn't in the most comfortable position between two horses. He had outside pressure from Dynamic One, who wound up defeating him narrowly. And still the horse on the inside, his name escaped me the moment, hung in there. So he didn't have a lot of room to work with, but he was tenacious, fought all the way through the wire. And a horse that I got to be honest, I questioned how far he really wanted to go. And he's proven that he wants all the ground they can throw at him. I think he'll relish the 1.25 miles.
No, I agree, and I think he's drawn well too. I think, you know, keep him in the clear, don't get him stopped. You know, big horse, just let him kind of run around there, and hopefully the pace will be honest enough in front of him. And I think it will. I think it will be honest enough.
Big day in the Classic division. Flight line out west in the Pacific Classic. Today, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Race 2. Guess what? More 2-year-olds. Several exciting prospects, well-bred prospects. 7/8 of a mile. Powerful, number 7, the even money choice with about 17 minutes to go. When we come back, speaking of the Gold Cup, what will Olympiad do today? Among the best older horses in the country, had rattled off 5 straight, but then he struggled in the Whitney. Off the board, how will he respond in the Jockey Club Gold Cup? That's tonight, right here at Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weathers.
Tavolina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tavoline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
I love it. It's actually way better than I thought. It was just window shopping yesterday. We're gonna get serious tonight. Definitely want to come back.
Not just a racing town. So much going on in Saratoga Springs. And here at the spa on this closing weekend. Of course, our coverage on Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. The Jockey Club Gold Cup we were just discussing. By the numbers, lots of history. First run in 1919. Second year here at Saratoga. So overall that time, who was fastest? Skip away. In 1997, mile and a quarter, 158.89. Most wins, the mighty Kelso, 5-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner from 60 to 64. Most wins by an owner, Glen Riddle Farm, and of course, Kelso's owner, Bohemia Stable, 5-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winning owner. Jockey, that's insane. Eddie Arcaro, the master, 11-time Gold Cup winning rider. Most wins by a trainer, Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 7 of them over a 27-year span. Biggest upset, more on this in a moment. Triple Crown winner Seattle's Lou denied by Exceller by that much. As for the Gold Cup, Breeders' Cup Classic Parlay, only 3 have pulled it off. A very big 3. Cigar, Skip Away, Curlin qualifies for several categories. Gold Cup Winners Crown Champion, 16 of them. Shake your head looking at that list. Curlin entering the winner's circle after his 08 Gold Cup triumph. Gold Cup Winners Crown Horse of the Year. Remember, pre-Breeders' Cup, that was the Breeders' Cup Classic. Those names forego first of 6 Gold Cup Winners Crown Horse of the Year. Gold Cup winners in the Hall of Fame, no less than 24. Bookended by a pair of big red superstars, Manowar and Curlin. The Jockey Club Gold Cup by the numbers. Richie, when somebody mentions this legendary race, what's the first running that comes to mind?
The 1978 Jockey Club Gold Cup when Exceller beat Seattle Slew that nose. Seattle Slew was so game in defeat. The greatest losing performance I ever saw in my life. He broke through the starting gate before the race. Angel Cordero, his rider, was trying to ease him back off a speed duel with the Rabbit Life's Hope and a firm saddle slip. They went 3/4 in 9, a mile in 34. Angel was giving him a breather. Going a mile and a half, this is. And Exceller shot the rail, opened up to him. When Slew saw him, he was throwing himself at the horse, trying to get back to them, and just missed. And I think in defeat, that was the first time Seattle Slew ever started to get the respect he always deserved.
It's almost like you're actually there watching it all happen again. So many incredible moments in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And today's edition, Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Breeders' Cup Classic 104th running. Let's meet the field, starting with number 1, Tax. You remember him, the Jim Dandy winner here 3 years ago.
Yeah, Tax has had some nice races throughout his career. I just don't think he's had one that puts him into this category. He's also been working with a 2-year-old we'll see running a little bit later today on the card, and he got outworked one day.
Just 7 total races since that 2019 Jim Dandy. Olympiad Richie Razor Sharp heading into the Whitney and just didn't fire.
Well, he didn't fire, but he was also in the unenviable position of chasing a horse that was naturally faster than him. His life is good, and I ran track as a kid, chasing a kid that wound up being won the counties for a mile. I kind of got discouraged too.
We know he's better than that. Statement race Olympiad. Team Valor's untreated, first of 4 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, I see why you got to take a shot in here. This horse got loose last time, and the Suburban Dynamic 1 and First Captain were behind him, ran past him. I don't see how that changes today.
Jose Ortiz seeking a first Gold Cup victory. Number 4, Chess Chief, 5-time winner, but all of those at fairgrounds in New Orleans.
Yeah, seems a bit overmatched here, but he's got one secret weapon in his corner, and that's Dallas Stewart, who has hit the board in a lot of big races with horses that didn't look logical on paper.
Dallas, you see, that's like the cat that ate the canary. Never dismiss Dallas. Number 5, American Revolution, Grade 1 winner, second leg of the Pletcher Gold Cup relay team.
Yeah, has never tried a 1.25 miles before, but if I woke up one day and said I was going to try to run a 1.25 miles, I would probably call Todd Pletcher.
If you could get, he'd be your best hope. He would be your best hope. American Revolution. Number 6, First Captain. As we mentioned, just all heart in the Suburban, defeated the nose by Dynamic 1.
A beautiful son of Curlin, bred by Bobby Flay, sold right up here for $1.5 million. Out of America. I know Bobby Flay said she's not a blue hen yet. I'd say she's a blue hen, and First Captain's a very game racehorse.
Shug seeking a 5th Jockey Club Gold Cup win. Keep Me in Mind ran in last year's Travers, idle for 11 months, now with Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this horse has run okay at the longer distances, was doing that for Robertino Diodoro, switched to Todd, ran extremely well last time, probably needs to get a little bit faster, but like I said, it's Todd Pletcher, it's dirt, it's an older male horse. Those horses continue to improve.
Dynamic 1, Suburban winner, Todd Pletcher's patience, Richie, has really been key to his development.
It really has been. His Suburban was his best yet. He's a horse that prefers to run outside. He's drawn outside. It'll give Irad Ortiz options. Does pick up 8 pounds off of that win in the Suburban. He's got to carry 126 today.
Lofty comparisons, Vino Rosso, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Saratoga. Woodward will be at Aqueduct, Belmont at Aqueduct. In time to build that bankroll. You can earn a $20 bonus for Belmont at the Big 8 today. To qualify, bet $50 to win on one horse in the Gold Cup right here. Score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Play the bankroll builder at Saratoga each day this holiday weekend. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in and get the full bankroll builder schedule. More 2-year-olds. Race 2 in the paddock, as you can see, 7/8 of a mile, $105,000 purse maiden special weight. Powerful. Odds on currently at 3 to 5. Maggie's back in the paddock. Maggie, what are you noticing from these freshmen?
And Powerful is a deserved favorite in here. I actually really liked him first time out. But while he broke well, he had to be hustled to kind of stay up in there. And to steal one of Richie's lines, he was running with the emergency brake on, but stayed on resolutely. And I just think with the experience, he's going to be much the horse to beat. But let's take a look at some of the first-time starters that are trying to take their shots at him, including number 2, Tappett's Conquest, the son of Tappett. Now, the dam was unraced. There's a half-sibling that was by Artie Schiller, who is much better on the turf, although there's a stakes place sister that was good on going long on the dirt. And it's really a pedigree that depends on the sire. And actually, the dam half to My Conquistador, who was very good on the turf and synthetic. But this one, you know, I'm a little confused with the last work coming on the turf and debuting here, going the 7/8 on the main track. He definitely wants the distance, and he is wearing blinkers first time out. And I don't necessarily love that with barns like Brad Cox's or Todd Pletcher's for the blinkers to be on in the debut. He just seems somewhat not clueless, but just not totally clued in. He does come in here looking fit, and obviously he's a very good-looking customer, but I feel like he's just going to need one for that light bulb to go off. Next, we'll check in with number 5, Code of Kings, for trainer Mike Trombetta, son of Empire Maker. So, as you can guess, debuting at 7 is ideal, but the dam won first time out as a 2-year-old. She was a stakes winner as a 2-year-old too. Now the only other horse to run was a Taurus, so much better on the turf, but this guy lands in the right spot. He's incredibly fit, very strong, has been by far the most professional first-time starter, and he's going to go out for somewhat lower profile connections. Mike always brings horses though that can run, and he does get Arad Ortiz to pick up the mount. Number 6 is Parkway for Bill Mott. Very tall, leggy type of horse. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the turf. Maybe he does want the turf eventually. He does have that look of being a little bit more of an angular type, but I liked his presence here in the paddock, looks fit, and is quite classy acting, Lafitte.
Parkway. Maggie currently 8-1. Look at a very serious Arad Ortiz, game face on Code of Kings. And an odds-on favorite in Powerful, getting crushed throughout the wagering. Let's meet these 2-year-olds. Back-to-back races with freshmen on this Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday. There's Full Moon Madness, and Trevor McCarthy aboard, finished second in yesterday's prior race with a long shot.
Really cool pedigree. This horse is out of By the Moon, who was a fun horse. Ran well on debut after breaking a little bit slow.
Tappett's Conquest, Bob LaPenta, E5 thoroughbred, first-time starter.
Yeah, out of a mare that is a producer. She's had 4 to race, 3 winners. Why'd they work him on the turf last time? Are they trying to figure him out?
Godolphins debuting homebred, Fighter Town.
Fighter Town a few works back, maybe about 4 or 5 works back, worked with the 6 Parkway. Fighter Town seemed to get the best of that one.
Apparently, Marty's Magic has been excused from the post parade.
Yeah, Marty's Magic was green first time, didn't break well, raced on the wrong lead. I see they brought him back to the gate. He had a gate work since his first race.
Code of Kings, Iron Horse Racing, debuting colt.
Yeah, this horse has been working down at Fairhill. No clocker reports at Fairhill. A little bit cold on the board.
Classic Claiborne colors, Javier Castellano, the very tall Parkway.
Yeah, horse with a tremendous pedigree out of that Warfront mare Lull. Maggie talked about stakes winner on the turf.
Powerful, checked a lot of boxes in that first race.
Yeah, it was very impressive first out, was involved in a very fast pace. I expect this horse to run much better here today.
Upgrade needs to break better for Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola, Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and he needs to just kind of figure the game out a bit more. He was kind of on that 4 or 5 wide chase around the whole far turn, was well beaten third.
Number 9, Surprise. Payoff didn't do much in his debut at 33-1.
Yeah, it was 33-1 that day. Didn't take a lot of money, didn't do much running. If they don't take money and they don't do much running, it's hard for me to suggest something different's going to happen the next time. I need one or the other. Run well, show something, take some money, give me something.
Not a lot of positive signs with a Surprise Payoff. But Powerful, who is the odds-on favorite, will step aside when we come back. The second of 13 on this final Saturday of the meet. 2-year-olds, all eyes on Powerful, 3-5 with 3 minutes to go.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Speaking of which, here is Upgrade by Claiborne Stallion. Flatter, homebred, ready for his debut. And Claiborne will be well represented at the upcoming Keeneland September yearling sale. All 59 horses in Claiborne consignment, raised at Claiborne. You think of the history. 10 Kentucky Derby winners have been raised at Claiborne Farm. 38 Eclipse champions raised. 17 Horse of the Year winners. 22 Hall of Famers. All started at Claiborne Farm. Richie, it goes back so many years, and the legendary stallions and horses and some of those images that come to mind when you see that familiar Claiborne orange.
Such a confluence of things to have one farm like Claiborne have this kind of success. Obviously the care they get, the carefully thought out matings, but how about the grass these young horses are eating, all the nutrients and minerals that are in that grass, building strong bone. That didn't happen by accident. That happened by dedication, hard work, and over 100 years of doing the usual unusually well.
We check in with Maggie as we've just about reached post time. Maggie.
I'm going to take the horse that finished third behind Powerful first time out, and that's number 1, Full Moon Madness. Now, while Steve Asmussen has great numbers with his second-time starters, on the flip side, Michelle Nevin's really not known to fire with her debuters, and they often need a race, and he did look like that in his debut from the fitness standpoint. He kind of ran like that, too. And while I still wish he looked a little bit more tucked up, as you do see he's wearing the front wraps yet again, he just won me over in the post parade. He looks tremendous, and I do think the 7 furlong suits him down to the ground. Moving on to Marty's Magic. He took some play first time out. He was only 13-1 in what was a decent field. He was so bad. Paddock, track, gate, everything. He did everything wrong, including running in that race. He was brought in with what we call iron halter. So a leather strap over their pole, iron piece that goes around their nose, and they respect it. He is a different horse today. So I think sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, and we have a much more mature individual. Moving on to number 8, Upgrade. Same thing went for him. He was clueless in his debut. He just was acting like he didn't know what was going on. He ran that way too. So much more professional and a lot more fit. You know, Todd Pletcher usually brings him over looking fit. He didn't first time out, and he ran on late, and he's so much more defined. And then another first-time starter, number 3, Fighter Town. I didn't like him in the paddock. He was very green. Just didn't look as though he knew what was going on. He still was kind of giving that impression, but he moves really well, and he gets over the surface really well, and he does look fit. I think he'll need to start from the mentality perspective, but look for him to maybe be late, Lafitte.
First day on the job, you'll get some experience. We have showdown players, very experienced. Play this every day against your friends, fellow fans with a showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. At the gate, JK, final thoughts for this 2-year-olds in second race?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested to see the 8 Upgrade after hearing what Maggie said, just being a little bit more professional. If this horse is up close early, I'd watch out. It was so far back last time.
Yeah, and I'm going with the other horse that has experience, and another one of the horses that experienced. 1, Full Moon Madness, great pedigree. By the Moon, a Grade 1 winner out of a mare By the Light, who I won some stakes on for Samantha Siegel, JMS. And I think this horse ran really well first time, and I think he can take a step forward. I wish he had been drawn a little more outside. He had post one first time. He gets it again, but a horse that made a nice impression on me.
JMS also represented in the Pacific Classic this evening at Del Mar, a.k.a. the Flightline Invitational. What a ride by Trevor McCarthy, just missing on a 30-some-odd-to-1 long shot yesterday. Sterling Silver in the Prioress. He's on Full Mood Madness, and we're ready for a start. Johnny I standing by post-time race 2, Saratoga.
They're all in line. And they're off. From the extreme outside, it is Surprise Payoff. Quickly joined there by Powerful. Powerful goes on with it. Marty's Magic now moves up. It is Powerful. Marty's Magic heads apart for the lead. Surprise Payoff is on the outside. Next and third with Full Mood Madness in fourth. Break of almost 4 lengths. Back to Fighter Town in fifth. Another 2 to Tappett's Conquest, who runs in sixth. On the outside is Upgrade next in seventh. Then comes Code of Kings, and Parkway is the trailer. And the quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds as the 2-year-old maidens approach the far turn. Marty's Magic leads here by a head. The odds-on favorite, Powerful, now moves right alongside, so it's Powerful and Marty's Magic with Full Moon Madness and Tappett's Conquest. They are sitting right behind the front two, third and fourth. Surprise Payoff has tailed off into fifth, about to be passed there by Fighter Town, and now Powerful takes the lead at the head of the stretch. The half mile in 46 seconds. Tappett's Conquest comes on through, and on the outside, it is Full Moon Madness as the field comes down for the 8th pole. It is Powerful. Down at the rail, it's Tappett's Conquest. And on the outside, it is Full Moon Madness. The 3 of them past the 16th pole together. Powerful. Tappett's Conquest at the rail. Can't get by. It is Powerful to win it. Tappett's Conquest was second. Full Moon Madness third. A huge break. Back to Parkway, who came on for fourth.
Slugfest to the wire. Powerful. And an early double sweep. Cortland Farm, Jose Ortiz, Steve Asmussen, Powerful delivers in the second.
Powerful was surrounded coming to the 8th pole. It looked like Full Moon Madness had enough momentum to get by him on the outside. The first-time starter, Tappett's Conquest, very game, rallying up the inside, and he just refused to be passed. He took on all comers and just would not yield.
Well, he looked in trouble from the outside and the inside the entire stretch there. I will say this, you know, when Mr. Adam woke up this morning, Cortland Farms owner, he woke up this morning and he said, I got a couple 2-year-olds in today. And he was hoping and dreaming. And he wins a grass race going long, and then he wins this race on the dirt. He's going to sleep well tonight.
Pretty good start to the day. Have anything else?
Well, he's just invested so much in this game, and obviously somebody who has a passion for it, and you like to see the people that are supporting our industry so much be rewarded, and he's got some good-looking colts here.
How about the efforts from the runner-up in the first race? There was Fly Right, the 2, everything but win. In Tappett's Conquest, in his debut, like in tight quarters, there wasn't a lot of space there, and just kept digging and digging and fighting until finally worn down by Powerful.
He didn't show that he was intimidated being in there.
Nah.
He showed a lot of determination, grit. A lot of young horses will kind of shrink in those positions. He didn't. He almost seemed like he got emboldened by the fact that he had a horse leaning on him. A lot of horses have ability. A lot of horses, what I say, can throw a punch. Not all horses can take a punch. This horse showed a tenacity that most young horses do not possess.
And that showed a level of toughness. And seeing those silks, the maroon with the gold shoulder, what do they call it, epaulets, whatever? Anyway,
sure.
Point is, reminded me a little bit of a Catholic Boy situation, right, where this horse was working on the turf last time, ran well on the dirt. Catholic Boy obviously was extremely successful on both surfaces. I don't know which surface this horse needs to be on, but the dirt works for him, I can tell you that much.
I don't know what they call them. I used to wear them, but I don't know what they call them.
That little shoulder thing, they're like F something. I'll Google it.
For trainer Steve Asmussen, Powerful, Jose Ortiz, Sire, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Nyquist a champion, and Kentucky Derby winner. Powerful at 3-5, 7-2-1-6. Results when we return. Also, this mare, among the best and biggest stars running today, maybe the biggest, Warlike Goddess, top-ranked turf female, all set for a title defense in the Flower Bowl later today at the Spa.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. It was a Cortland Farm Exacta to kick off the day here on Jockey Club Gold Cup Day, and I'm so pleased to be joined by owner Mr. Donald Adam. As let's start back in the first with General Jim. I caught up with Shug McGahee, and he kind of joked, I don't know what made me put him on the turf, but it worked out beautifully, and named for a friend of yours who they're just big horse racing fans up here in Saratoga. That had to feel good.
They are, Maggie. It's Jim Pavis and his wife Sandy. Jim is a brigadier general in the New York National Guard, dear friend of mine, and I wanted to name a horse after him, and I'm glad I named this one because he finished third first time out. Today, Shug put him on the grass. He thought he might like it, and apparently he did. The other day when he called me after working, he said, Mr. Adam, you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you. But I worked Jim on the grass, and he sure looked like he liked it. And I said, well, they need to run where they enjoy being. So it worked out well. And then Shug, Steve just did a magnificent job with Powerful.
Powerful, he was so valiant, I think, in his victory today, fighting off all challengers. Right. Is he a horse that you and Steve and the team have thought that obviously wants to go a bit further as his racing career progresses?
We definitely think he'll want to go further, which is a wonderful thing. Going 6 furlongs, it might have been a stretch the first time, but have to start somewhere. And that's why we look forward to the 7 furlongs. And yes, I think he'll be delightful going a long way beyond 7 furlongs.
You've put so much into this game, and you buy gorgeous horses. What is your goal, year in and year out?
Well, Maggie, to do a little better than we've done this summer. hopefully, but we'll stick with it, and hopefully with Shug and Steve handling the horses, hopefully we'll have better success. That's all we hope for.
You got a great team, and wishing you the most success, as you are just a joy to have as an ownership group.
Thank you, and thanks for the great job you do, and hope you do well in South, and we'll maybe see you there.
I look forward to it, Mr.
Thank you, Maggie.
Mr. Adam, it's such a class act, as you can tell, Lafitte, and so pleased that they got this early double with two very promising colts.
I want that jacket, Maggie. They see that jacket? That was nice. Don Adam. And that's really the irony of closing weekend, guys. While there is some sentiment, we have to say goodbye. We won't be back for 10 months. It feels like the end of something, but closing week is also about the beginning. There is such an emphasis on 2-year-olds, whether it's the With Anticipation or the PG Johnson or the marquee 2-year-old events coming up this weekend, the Spin Away tomorrow, the hopeful, the 2-year-olds closing weekend representing the future, and how exciting it is in this case for Don Adam to go back-to-back on a Saturday program with very promising freshmen.
Yeah, and obviously the amount of money that he spends at auctions buying young horses, this is what they're looking for, the horses that could take them to the big races.
Yeah, you want horses that are running later in the day and these grade 3s, grade 1s, even, tomorrow and Monday with the grade 1s for the 2-year-olds, and you're looking for special horses. And when you come up here and you can win first out or second out, the chances are you got a pretty good one.
The Spin Away tomorrow, hopeful on Monday, Labor Day. We have one grade 1 race, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, a little bit later on. Grade 2 Flower Bowl, grade 1 for decades. And first things first, the third race, Wilton Shoot, allowance event. And I don't know, kind of an expensive horse in the race. We'll have more on that in a moment. Aussie Pride 9-2, the favorite, up to the mark. We are 20 minutes out till the third at Saratoga.
Warlike Goddess is coming on now, and down on the inside is American Bridge, is putting in a late run. Then My Sister Nat. Warlike Goddess is asked for a run, and she is responding. Warlike Goddess in front here as they come on for the finish, and she wins the Grade 1 Flower Bowl.
She was so good on that afternoon. Top-ranked long-distance turf female, Warlike Goddess, looking to join the likes of Risk Averse and Stephanie's Kitten to go back-to-back in the Flower Bowl. Richie, and a heavy favorite going in to the Breeders' Cup. I'm sorry, to the Flower Bowl Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the Philly Mare Turf.
Yeah, I mean, she just was so good last time in the Glens Falls. I mean, Glens Falls is a good, big race in its own right, but you're still using it as a stepping stone to the Flower Bowl and beyond. And to win as easily as she did, Jonathan, I mean, you're not going to see a horse win a graded stake much easier than that ever.
There's simply just not another horse in this division that can compete with her. And there's a conversation that there might not be a male horse that can compete with her going 1.5 miles on the grass.
Yeah, well, we'll touch on that in a moment. This was last year's Breeders' Cup Philly Mare Turf at Del Mar. Warlike Goddess, back where she's most comfortable. And she starts to gather momentum right about here. And in that wild finish, she's going to finish. She's going to run very well. Some would argue she was best on the afternoon.
Well, as it turns out, it was a bit of a quick and somewhat premature move. There was a legitimate pace on. She didn't break particularly well, JK, and I think that kind of set up her trip, because I think Julian was trying, La Peru, her rider, was trying to let her creep back into the race after not getting off so good, and I think it underscores the value of how starts are so important, even going 1.5 miles. And once she started to march on, it's not like driving a car. You can't stop and start most racehorses. And then next thing you know, she's making this wide, sweeping, elongated run, and then she just flattened out a little bit late.
Yeah, if you open up a dictionary and you look up middle move, that's what it is. That's exactly what it looks like. And it's hard to sustain. And I think that she was in the clear. She had no cover. I think that when he kind of produced her to kind of get her back into the race, I feel like she just kind of ran off. Actually, not ran off, but was started like, okay, it's time for me to go and go win this race. Here I go.
Right.
And there was another 1/8 of a mile left.
We thought we might see her in the Sword Dancer against the boys, and said she's going to stay in the Flower Bowl. But Bill Mott has always said, because the Breeders' Cup Philly Mare Turf at Keeneland would be 1 mile and 3/16, that's too sharp. If she does run in the Breeders' Cup, it will be against the boys in the $4 million turf at 1.5 miles. But first things first, trying to go back-to-back in the Flower Bowl. or like Goddess, odds-on heavy favorite. When we come back, Dwayne Lucas celebrated a birthday yesterday. I know what he wants for his birthday. Winning the spin away with Naughty Gal and a victory in the Hopeful, where he'll saddle 2 colts, Western Ghent, Bourbon Bash. Bourbon Bash, impressive maiden winner right here 3 weeks ago.
Standing at Gainesway.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Triple Man, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hennessy sweeping on the outside. Louis Couture's digging down. He's very game. And Maria's man is right there, but dropping back in third. Down to the last furlong now, and it is Hennessy who's roused to the lead here by Gary Stevens. And Hennessy is pulling away by a length and a half. On the inside, Louis Couture is running on gamely, but second. And farther back, Maria's man. And it is Hennessy, a decisive winner.
Gary Stevens, Hennessy, being led in by owner Bob Lewis. That was the last race he would ever win, but not the last race he would run really well, finishing second, a close second to Unbridled Song in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, ran really big there. It was interesting watching that photo, a young George Weaver and a young Todd Pletcher, both working for Wayne Lucas at the time. The thing that distinguished Hennessy as a 2-year-old was just how smooth he was. You could say Hennessy was smooth.
We have Hennessy for Lucas. He has a little Bourbon Bash. This year, 8 wins for Lucas. That's a record. Most recent sporting chance in 2017. The first deposit ticket 32 years ago. Can Lucas capture a 9th on this birthday weekend of his? It is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. So much history, prestige, tradition. Grade 1, hopeful. Field is 6. 7/8 of a mile, $300,000 purse. Gulfport, all that trouble in the Saratoga Special 9-5 favorite. Dwayne Lucas does have a pair, Western Ghent and number 3 Bourbon Bash. JK, this was one of those moments when a 2-year-old does something special at Saratoga. His maiden score, very, very impressive.
Visually, very, very impressive. The speed figure didn't come back particularly quick, and I think that that's important to note because, you know, when you're running against potentially other horses that might not be that fast, then you run away from them and it looks like you destroyed this field. But the speed figure kind of puts everything into perspective and lets you know, maybe it wasn't that fast. This performance, as impressive as it was arguably, 20 points slower than what Gulfport did a couple starts back. So just keep that in mind. Don't fall always for the visual.
Air right out of the tires, Mick.
Yeah, but I will tell you one thing, though, and it's uncanny to me watching Bourbon Bash. how similar in stride, and I could almost, you know, they looked exactly the same. Salt Lake, one of Wayne's hopeful winners, ran the exact same way, head out, down, really attacking the ground. So I saw a very similar thing. Listen, Gulfport was very unlucky last time. Got beat by a better horse, but got caught in between the winner, Damon's Mound, and Super Chow, who was bearing out and really kind of took any chance he had away from him.
I think it's impossible, as we get ready for the third race, to determine what Gulfport would have done had he not been bothered. I don't know how you make that determination.
I don't think you do. I think you do what I'm going to do, which is pretend whatever happened didn't happen, and I'm going to pretend that what happened back is what's going to happen again, which is why I'll be singling Gulfport. And you heard Steve Asmussen on the show yesterday. If you didn't, watch it on YouTube and find his interview that he had. He was like, well, I mean, I still think he's really good, and I thought the rider was overconfident, and the change to Flavien Prat suggests that that's probably what he really felt.
Maggie, you think Godolphin would like to pretend they didn't spend what they spent on Aussie Pride in this upcoming third race?
Ouch. I mean, at least it's not my $4 million, right? We'll get to him in a second, Lafitte. But first, let's take a look at the horse taking money here. That's number 6, Up to the Mark, coming fresh off the back of a pretty substantial victory in his debut. Now, that was a sloppy sealed race where he was by far on the best part of the track. I mean, you wanted to be at least 3 wide, and he was that. I wasn't in the paddock for his debut, but he's a big, solid horse, and he, you know, these not this times can be a little bit deceiving based upon their physical makeup. They're actually fairly short coupled types that don't have a very long back or barrel, and so you automatically think, well, less grounds. Time and time again, they prove that they can get these distances. Obviously, Epicenter coming directly to mind are this year's Run Happy Travers winner. And Up to the Mark is kind of that same ilk. So I think a mile, honestly, though, is absolutely fine. The problem today is that he'll have to deal with some other speed and show that he can be successful, maybe sitting off of it or taking just back, obviously, with the presence of No Burn and even maybe a horse Taiwanaku. As we'll also look at number 1, yes, Aussie Pride. $4.1 million. 4-year-old only making his 5th start of his career in an A other than. Sometimes the best laid plans don't come to fruition. As he's a horse that you kind of watch his races, and he can't take too much adversity. He has to have things set up. You know, he has to have a little bit of pace to run at. He has to come outside. So, yes, Joel Rosario is going to have to orchestrate a trip from the inside. But I don't mind the mile as he comes back off a little bit of a break. He was disappointing as a beaten favorite last time out, going the 2-turn mile and an 1/8 at Churchill. But he does look like a horse where a mile might suit him best, and he might get that pace to close into today. But like I said, he's a horse that doesn't really like adversity. You could tell he kind of came in here spooking a little bit. It's as if he lacks some intensity in his demeanor. As we'll move on to number 5, Strong Quality, who's all of a sudden gotten on his toes once Jockey Louis Saez got aboard. And a horse that is so long and stretchy that I'm surprised he was only beaten a length and 3/4 upon debut, going 6 furlongs at Fairgrounds. Obviously, it's the first time I'm laying eyes on him, but he comes off a layoff and he looks ultra fit for Mark Casse and his team. He's a very eye-catching individual. Now, like I said, if he didn't have that decent effort going 6 furlongs first time out, I'd say he definitely wants 2 turns, and I'm a little concerned about this mile out of the Wilson chute. But at least he comes back really, really well prepared, Lafitte.
Mark Casse has Wonder Wheel going in tomorrow's Grade 1 Spinaway, the tepid favorite. Maybe you just turned on the TV, want to bet the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races. On today's show, post parade for the 3rd allowance race. Good purse, $115,000. And there is Aussie Pride, $4.1 million purchase for Godolphin.
Yeah, and look, as of now, it hasn't panned out. And because this horse is a 4-year-old, you kind of think you're probably not going to get out on this one. But hopefully they can get a couple wins.
Seal Beach cost $75K.
Yeah, a little bit cheaper. This is one of the horses I actually thought couldn't win this race.
Tiwanaku number 4, trained by our friend and colleague Tom Amos.
Horse that likes to be involved early. I guess a lot depends on how much speed the 6 Up to the Mark shows, but boy, he's on his toes.
Strong quality, 3 starts at Fairgrounds in New Orleans, New York debut.
Seems to be working well from a speed figure standpoint. Early March, ran competitive with this group, should improve with all these months.
Up to the mark, easy debut win on a sloppy track.
And very impressive eye-catching performance. Grand Dam Capote Bell was a grade 1 winner, actually won the test up here.
Number 7, Perceived, very productive in 7 races this year.
Absolutely. Has speed figures that fit in here. I guess the only negative really is that Rudy Rodriguez has just been a little bit chilly during this meet.
Number 8, No Burn, runaway winner in the slop, week 2 of the meet.
Yeah, he loves off-going, but a very hard-knocking, consistent performer. No Burn, named by our friend Lee Einsiedler for his Casa Amigo.
Who has a grade 1 win this summer, 4-star Dave, Casa Creed. Just a couple days left in the meet, but still better late than never to get involved. Join us at NyraBets.com. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Live look at the favorite. Up to the mark at 2-1. Let's go back to his debut. Richie, July 21st right here in the slot. About to strike the front and pull away from his rivals.
Yeah, and listen, he was drawn 6 of 6, and with a young horse first time out, that's a big advantage because you're kind of out there, allowed to get your feet underneath you, get into a good rhythm. You can see him kind of shifting around a bit from the crop, but he just was best. Now, was it part of the thing that he was just running over the top of the sealed track, and it could be different on a regular fast Harrowed racetrack?
I mean, it could be, but I will tell you this: as a 3-year-old, this horse's last 2 works. If you look at the workout report, worked with Dynamic 1, who's going to be one of the top 2 or 3 choices today in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. So I think that's an indication, at least enough, that this horse has some talent on a dry racetrack. And then of all the trainers, there's a handful of them here, I think. I wouldn't even halfway question if this horse is going to appreciate added distance. If Todd says he can do it, he likely can do it.
Pletcher seeking yet another grade win this summer, represented by half the field in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Strong quality with Louis Saez at 4-1. His most recent Richie in a solid effort. This was at Fairgrounds where he battled and battled. In the end, just going to come up a little bit short.
Yeah, he came up a little bit short here. And kind of what we were talking about earlier with First Captain, you know, in between horses having a battle, he definitely, visually he quickened. He tried to fend off this challenge from the outside, and then he just got a little bit outgained, but then he went on the shelf. So obviously something went awry. There was some, physical problem that they said, well, we need to give him time to get over it. What catches my eye is the way his tempo from his workouts have picked up. The last 2 works are really eye-catching.
It's college football Saturday, right? Think about a redshirt freshman who game 1, game 2, shows up, shows some talent, throws the ball, nice accuracy at the quarterback position, and then think how good they're going to be week 11, week 12 with all of those games under their belt. They're going to improve with time. That's kind of how I feel about this horse. This horse showed some talent early in the season in March, and now has had 6-7 months to grow up. And if that's the case, I think this horse could run much better than the speed figure suggests last time.
Thanks a lot, Jonathan. There goes our audience, reminding them there's college football on.
They got 2 TVs.
Thanks a lot.
I got 2 TVs at home. I got 2 TVs. Why don't you have 2 TVs?
You have like a 5 TV setup. It's pretty cool. And right on, on that topic, there is Aussie pride. Not all first-round draft picks work out. It happens. I'm a huge Raider fan. We drafted Jamarcus Russell first overall and gave him $1 zillion. It doesn't always pan out.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically trying to look into the future of what this horse is going to be. When these horses are purchased, usually, if they're yearlings, they haven't shown if they can run at all. You're watching them walk. You're looking at conformation. You're looking at pedigree. These are all clues to bring you to what you think the horse may be. But until they go out there and do it, you don't know.
And if you're new to the game and you spend $4.1 million on a horse, the idea is you're not going to get that $4.1 million through earnings and races. The idea is if this horse were to win a Grade 1 race, would then become a stallion, and then you would have this residual value that you would get year in and year out from him producing and stud fees and so on and so forth. So although it seems like a kind of a crazy number, there's a path to get out from there. It's just not the easiest path.
And Godolphin, global racing and breeding powerhouse. You see the success they have all over the world. That canoe here was Godolphin Blue for a year, Essential Quality. They know exactly what they're doing. Going back to the point, sometimes that first-round draft pick just doesn't pan out. But against these, Richie, How do you think Aussie Pride fits?
Well, it still feels like he's going to have to get a little faster. I think there's some nice horses in here, horses with maybe more upside.
Yeah, well, Richie, one of the things I was kind of hinting at you when they walked by is he looks like a big horse. And if he's $4.1 million, he's probably a strapping animal. Down on the inside of this chute for a big horse without a lot of early speed, I'm not sure that's an ideal position for him.
I'm with you. I think you hit the nail on the head with that. I think up to the mark, the ability he showed first time, he's well drawn in post 6, strong quality to his inside, a horse that's coming off a layoff. But his last 2 workouts, he went 59-1 out of the gate, best of 27 workers that day. Then a half and 46-4, a sub 47 half, best of 29 works of that day. He's picked up the pace of his workouts.
For more on Aussie Pride, we go back to Maggie.
And JK, he's really not that big. He's actually a little bit on the smaller side. As you can see him next to the lead pony, he's just about the same size. I mean, the 5 is substantially bigger than most of these in here. So I'm not worried about that with him. I'm worried about what's between the ears more so. And if, that real killer instinct, I don't know if he possesses that. That's what concerns me. He's got a little hot out there. Again, not that hot. Also, I don't know him. Maybe he's always like this. So we'll see what he does here. 5-1. I opted with number 5 in here, Strong Quality, too. I actually got the chance to catch up with his Hall of Fame trainer, Mark Cassie, and he said he's a really lovely horse. And against my credence, he said, I wish it was a little bit further than this, which I thought about him, but I'm going to still try with him here because I do think there is something to run at in this race with regards to pace, guys.
Something to watch right from the start. Bill Mott with Aussie Pride could close this meet with a flurry. Cody's Wish last week defeating Jackie's Warrior in the Grade 1 Forgo. Olympiad later today in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. More Like Goddess in the Flower Bowl. Very good filly in the spin-away drawn towards the outside. American Rocket. Bill Mott with a lot of momentum towards the end of the Saratoga meet.
Having a tremendous Saratoga meeting. And Bill leaves Payson Park in the spring. And the main division of horses comes here with him. And he trains out of here. Of course, he has a division at Belmont, division in Kentucky. But Bill himself comes right here. And I think that leads to him having strong meetings in Saratoga. A lot of his horses are pointed for this meet, and they're very comfortable here. It's their home.
JK, you treating these races out of the Wilton Chute, the more you've seen, the more you've watched, any differently than other mile races?
No, I've talked about it before on the show. I think that as soon as you start upgrading a horse because of where they've drawn or downgrading a horse because of where they've drawn or vice versa, you're going to miss when you shouldn't have missed. You're going to hit when you shouldn't have hit. It's going to cancel out. So I just pretend it doesn't exist. Who cares?
Like any other mile race. Let's see about Up to the Mark, who is 9-5. No burn on the outside. The last to load. John Ambrial standing by. It is post-time race 3 Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday at Saratoga.
And they're off. It is Strong Quality and Tiwanaku. Strong Quality has the lead. Up to the Mark has now moved up into second as they leave the Wilson Chute and go on to the main track. Strong Quality with the lead over Up to the Mark. And on the outside is No Burn in third. Just in behind is Tiwanaku. Seal Beach is down at the rail. And then it is a big break back to the 2 trailers, Perceived and Aussie Pride. The quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds as they race up the back stretch. And the leader is Strong Quality, narrowly. Up to the Mark runs in second. No Burn in the clear on the outside in third. And then it is Tiwanaku in fourth. It's another 3 lengths back to Seal Beach, who has dropped further out of it. And at the back of the pack, Perceived and Aussie Pride. Half mile in 47 seconds. Strong Quality, Up to the Mark. They are heads apart. No Burn sits just off of them in third. And then it is Tiwanaku in fourth as the field comes for the quarter pole. It is still Strong Quality, but there's the challenge now from Up to the Mark. Up to the Mark, Strong Quality, No Burn on the extreme outside as they head for home now. And it is Up to the Mark who has a narrow lead. Strong Quality continues to battle on closest to the rail. And on the outside, it is No Burn. They're inside the furlong marker now. It is Up to the Mark and Strong Quality and No Burn on the outside. The 3 of them fight it out to the finish here, and it is No Burn to win it. Strong Quality got second. Over, up to the mark.
Late surge, no burn. Dylan Davis in the third at Saratoga.
7th career victory from 16 starts. No burn, was perched outside the 5 Strong Quality and the 6 up to the mark throughout. Those two got into a bit of a slugfest. Looked like they outpaced No Burn a little bit turning for home, where they look like they just going to put on their rendition of Jaipur Raidan all the way to the wire, and No Burn kept coming at it relentlessly.
That pace was very fast.
It was.
We've talked about the run-up and the shoot. That pace was extremely fast. And No Burn just kind of on the outside, just kind of kept grinding along and grinding along and grinding along. The one Aussie Pride, had the setup. I mean, had something to close into if that horse was going to run well, and I would consider this, another kind of negative race for him.
8-5-6-1, 3-1 at post time. Fired up, Dylan Davis. No burn. Richie, he just wins. That's back to back, and now make it 5 of his last 6 races. No burn.
Yeah, and listen, Dylan Davis got off to a very, very rough start here, coming off a big Belmont meeting where he was second in the standings, and I'm sure there was some frustration. Then he got that disqualification when he caused that spill. Thankfully, everybody was okay. Took his days, put it behind him, and I think that's what you're seeing there, a little bit of like, I'm back on track, his 14th win of the meet.
And that kind of thing can rattle a rider, and then 7 days to think about it and really get in your head. So I was curious to see how Dylan Davis would ride when he came back. And bang, he didn't miss a beat. He had that 3-win day, a stakes win, right back to riding as he was at Belmont Park and finishing strong, putting all that other stuff behind him.
Well, that is something that can rattle a rider, especially, he made an error. There's no doubt. I mean, it wasn't that egregious. It was really, you're talking inches here, but it was a mistake.
And somebody fell. And somebody went down.
And thankfully, horse rider, everybody was okay. But for him to be able to shake it off and have the intensity, the focus, that speaks to the maturity that he's shown over the last few years, because I don't think he would have had that ability to do that a few years ago. He just was not quite as mature. And I'll say for the record right here, I never dropped anybody by accident.
Wow. All right.
I'll just leave it there.
Yeah. I'm going to leave it there, too. Hey, look, there's Annapolis.
Statute of limitations on that.
Marching to the paddock, heavy favorite in the upcoming Saranac. First of 3 graded stakes races on this final Saturday of the meet. Annapolis towers over this field. He'll be in the paddock soon. What will he do in the Saranac? That's next on Saratoga Live.
Here comes Tama. Tama in the center of the track with good-looking stride. Squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front. And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
$2,300,000. Come dream with us at 3 Chimneys.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsleDowns.com.
3 down, 10 left here at Saratoga. No burn in the third. Coverage brought to you in part by Run Happy on Saratoga Live. Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Run Happy now, the sire of winners on all surfaces, dirt, grass, and all weather. This one on dirt and a son of declaration of war. Dylan Davis, winning rider. 3-player stable, co-owned by Oscar Barrera, winning trainer. No burn now. 5 of 6, 870. Strong quality, able to hold off up to the mark to run second. But no question about the winner, no burn. Oscar Barrera standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Along with daughter Lulu here in the winner's circle. And what a claim no burn has been, Oscar. I mean, lifetime, he's 7 for 16 now. That's, I mean, admirable in its own right. But today, he showed a different dimension, too, being able to close and get the job done.
Yeah, Dylan did a fantastic job riding this horse again. I mean, he knows he's won on the horse about 4 times already. So he knows the tactics with the horse. He was able to settle him down early and make the move. I mean, we got lucky. We had a little duel in front, and Dylan was able to finish on the horse.
Now, Oscar, too, I mean, just a horse that he's been in many different barns, and a lot of, you know, sometimes things go well for him, sometimes not. And you seem to have really found what works best for him.
I train him lightly for the races, work twice between 30, 31 days. He's a horse that doesn't need much maintenance, heavy workouts every 5 to 7 days, and he responds perfect to that. I haven't had any problems with him, and hopefully we keep going forward with him.
Talk about just like a horse like this. What does it mean to an outfit, smaller number of horses for a guy like you?
It's amazing. I wish every horse I claimed I can get something like this that has a little bit of ability and heart, because he's just a grinder. I mean, he showed it on his record. He's always there fighting for wins. So if I can keep making good claims like this, I'll be in good shape.
To be almost better than 50% is truly an effort in a racehorse. And Oscar, well done with him. Congrats on this other than victory.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate the interview.
Absolutely. And Lulu, how do you think about Dad today?
Very good.
Yeah, she was so excited for this interview, guys, and as they should be, as No Burn, claimed for 12.5 just a few starts ago, takes down an allowance race here at the spa.
I was waiting for her to like shrug. Whatever.
It's not a steak.
We do have stakes racing coming up next. Just 4 of them. And look at that. Annapolis, 1 to 9 early on. Piqua is out, 4 of them. First of 3 graded stakes races. The Saranac coming up in about 20 minutes here at Saratoga. Also, owner Frank Fletcher. From the names of his horses to the color of the shirt on his back, he's a man of tradition. And this filly, American Roquette, is about to run in a race with lots of tradition. The Spinaway tomorrow, Sunday, here at Saratoga.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run. It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares foaled to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 minutes. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
That Saratoga fan base, more than 1 million last year, right on target this year. Such a massive part of what makes Saratoga Saratoga. And so do the 2-year-olds. And the most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies tomorrow is the Spinaway. 7/8 of a mile, grade 1. The favorite towards the bottom, number 9, Wonder Wheel, 3-1 on the morning line. Just to her outside, American Rocket, owned by Frank Fletcher. If you come across a thoroughbred racehorse named Rocket something or something Rocket, chances are he or she is owned by Frank Fletcher. Now, where did this start? Where did it come from? As you're about to see, it has nothing to do with thoroughbred racing. These days, Frank Fletcher has everything to do with thoroughbred racing. And tomorrow, he'll try to win the Grade 1 Spinaway with American Rocket. And should he do so, you won't have any trouble finding him in the winner's circle.
It's hard to miss Frank Fletcher. He's 6'4" with a booming voice.
You did good yesterday. You good, yeah.
He's generally decked out in red and white, colors belonging to his alma mater, the University of Arkansas. It's where he met his wife Judy and fraternity brother Jerry Jones, owner of the Dallas Cowboys. His first horse was named Fast Fan. After that, Fletcher started naming every horse Rocket, honoring his German Shepherd.
This is my buddy Rocket. Look up here at the camera, don't be camera shy. Well, I'm on my 3rd German Shepherd. First one I named Rocket, and then every one of them have been Rocket 2 and Rocket 3 now. This is Rocket 3. He's about 8 or 9 years old, and he doesn't mind very well. And he's right by my desk at my office. He goes in the car with me. And then I started getting into fillies kind of later in life, so we started naming them Rocket.
They're off the turn. Frank's Rocket, just like that, takes charge and kicks away.
But I've really enjoyed racing fillies, and this Frank's Rocket, it's just been a dream horse for me. She tries so hard every time.
But a flashy effort from Frank's Rocket.
She got a lot of press off of that first win. You just root for her, and she's such a loving horse. You just want somebody to pet her. She's been a winner from day one.
A 2-year-old filly, American Rocket, has him dreaming big.
That's my champion.
Frank's still scratching his head on how she won her debut race.
A 4-length break, back to American Rocket.
Well, I wasn't really yelling because I was stunned. I mean, I didn't start yelling until my wife told me that's our horse, and I said, you sure?
An American Rocket coming on late. American Rocket, the first-time starter, comes from off the pace to win the finale.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch it over and over again. You can't figure out how in the world she made up that much distance. So we're excited about her next race. She'll go from maiden to grade 1. That's a pretty big jump for us. Frank's Rocket ran in the Spinaway, and she finished 2nd. So we've been in that race before, and I remember how exciting it was with her. So American Rocket following her sister. Wins in graded stakes are far and few between, and they're precious. I'm so excited because I know how hard it is to win. And if you come up here to Saratoga, you better have a horse.
For Frank Fletcher, tomorrow's Spinaway, there's the prestige, it's grade 1, it's Saratoga, it's the win, but then, Richie, what it represents moving forward, the future for a 2-year-old filly that wins this race.
Absolutely, and so many terrific fillies have won this over the years. And you can just go back to last year with Echo Zulu, who went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in a Tour de Force for her 2-year-old season. But through the history of it all, I mean, Flanders and Shadow and Before Dawn, I mean, just one terrific horse after another. So it's an important race in its own right, but it's certainly a window into the future.
JK, I'm not asking you if American Marquette is Flanders, but can she? What's it going to take for her to win tomorrow?
You know, she won an off-the-turf race where those are always a little suspect because most of the horses behind them in most situations are turf horses running on the dirt. So the performances can look a little bit better than they might be. But like a little bit earlier we discussed, when it comes to Gulfport or other horses, the speed figure is just not very fast. In fact, in the race, there's 6 other horses that have run faster than her. So that's the concern for me. You'd like to think that maybe one of those other 6 will take a step forward. She's going to have to take a big step forward to run faster than them.
Wide open, Wonder Wheel, tepid 3-1 morning line favorite tomorrow. Spin away. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live. And now time for older horses in graded stakes racing with the Saranac coming up. Horses are in the paddock. We're about 11 minutes out. And as expected, Annapolis, 1 to 5, compact field of 4. Maggie's in the paddock. What are you noticing, Maggie, from the heavy Saranac choice?
He should be, Lafitte, and I'll always have a little bit of a soft spot for Annapolis as he is named for my home state's capital and just a lovely city to boot. But he's such a good-looking son of Warfront. He's kind of your typical Warfront in that they tend to carry just exceptionally good flesh and just a round, well-balanced types of horses. So with that being said, though, I like the fact that he turns back a bit and from what was a valiant effort going a furlong further in the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. I really thought he ran well that day and just probably beaten by a horse who wants more ground than he does. He is such a deserved heavy favorite in here. I really see no reason why not to like him in this spot. As we'll move on to number 1, Celestial City, who I think is a bit interesting for Shug McGahee. He's a horse that finds himself somewhat out the back door early on in his races, but he always manages to muster up a good late run. And watching him run, I've always felt that maybe getting more ground is better. So he gets a half a furlong here from his try in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame earlier this meet and adds a 3/4 cut blinker as we are still waiting on tack for him at the moment. But that's closing him in a good deal. So maybe they are trying to get him a little closer to the pace, also given the fact that it's a short field and it definitely becomes a rider's race. And we'll see, maybe Javier Castellano will find a bit more early gas and maybe a bit more, not that he doesn't have a late gear, but just able to place him where he needs to be. I think he is the main threat, at least from my vantage point, to Annapolis in this Saranac, Lafitte.
Get him a saddle. We're going to be all set. Celestial City, Annapolis at 1 to 9. There he is, overwhelming favorite in the Saranac. Saw a 1 to 9 shot defeated last week. Jackie's Warrior in the forego. For trainer Todd Pletcher, he's like, not on my watch. 14-time Saratoga champion trainer having a huge summer. What else is new? Todd Pletcher with Annapolis. 1 to 9 for the Saranac. Riders up post parade, post time in 9 minutes.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Ibn Al-Haytham in an all-out drive, trying to hang in for one more furlong. Miesque's approval on the far outside. Finality. Irish Colonial coming up the rail. There's less than a furlong to go. Ibn Al-Haytham still trying to hang in there. Irish Colonial driving hard second. Finality. Miesque's approval fourth, and they're coming down to the line, and it is Ibn Al-Haytham the winner.
Yeah, but the rider's the one responsible for the win. Ibn Al-Haytham in the Saranac. Richie Migliori bearing down on the stretch.
He was a nice horse. Got a nice soft pace, kind of laid second, overtook a pacemaker. And I was teasing with the guys off camera. I said, come on, man. Nobody finishes like that. I was getting Miggy with it.
I got a bruise. I got a bruise on my right arm. Mig was hitting me so hard. He got excited. I think he had a flashback like he was there again.
We saw him in the starting gate earlier this week. We're going to see it again a little bit later on. What is it when you see those races? I mean, what memories? Do you remember, can you immediately transport right back to that moment?
It's an amazing thing that I can remember horses and races with such clear detail. I can tell you everything that happened within the context. I can't remember birthdays, anniversaries, people's names. Horses and races I can remember.
Dad's the same.
Yeah.
Dad is the exact same. Never knows where his keys are, his wallet, but he knows exactly. Yeah, I finished third in the 75 this, and it's amazing the memory. Athletes in general. And jockeys, no different. Rider change on Celestial City. Joel Rosario riding. Javier Castellano was riding earlier on the program. We have an update. We'll pass that along. I haven't received anything. Let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, trying to bring you an update here, talking with Javier Castellano's fellow riders, Manny Franco and Arad Ortiz, that something happened in that last race, the third race aboard Seal Beach, and whether it happened out of the gate or during the running of the race, they said he came back with a hole in his boot, that he has sustained some sort of injury to his foot. So obviously off this race, we'll bring you more updates if he is going to be off the rest of his mounts, Lafitte.
A hole in his boot. Any further update, as Maggie mentioned, we'll pass that along. Javier Castellano. Wow.
Yeah, there is a first aid, here at the track, and there's a doctor that I'm sure he'll get checked out there first, and they'll make a determination if they can do any minor repairs here or if he needs to go off to the hospital for precautionary x-rays or stitches or what have you. But he'll get checked out here first, so that's unfortunate. When you hear a hole in the boot, the first thing I think, and this is pure speculation, is that you were down on the rail trying to get through and you wound up, hitting the fence or scraping the fence for a period of time, and that will burn a hole right through your boot. It can happen leaving the starting gate too. Anything we're saying right now is pure speculation.
All speculation. Yeah. No, when my father won the Belmont with Caveat in '83, Angel was trying to keep things tight. Au point in between horses, Greg McCarron. Angel was on the outside, flew a gold, and my father trying to come through on the inside Caveat. Same thing, hole in his boot.
I'm surprised any boot left. I mean, Slew of Gold was so big, and Au Point was between him with Greg McCarron, and Angel put all the Slew of Gold's weight on Au Point. And Caveat, your dad was committed. He was not going anything but forward. He was, who was it, that Riggins?
John Riggins.
John Riggins hitting the line and just bursting through. Larry Zonka through the line, right? Going back a little far, Jonathan might not be old enough to remember that.
Every time I watch the replay, I still kind of cringe a little bit, flinch a little bit because of how tight it was. And for Javier Castellano, just riding so well.
Yeah, we hope it's not serious. Well, hopefully we'll find out more. But if your dad had flinched, he wouldn't have made it through that spot.
You got a couple of pairs of boots back there? Or is he trying to get another boot? Or do you usually have a couple pairs?
No, you got plenty of boots. You probably got a dozen pairs in there.
Oh, okay.
Joel Rosario, so Celestial City 9-2, scratch Piqua. Annapolis 1-5 with Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, needs to be aggressively ridden. Be forward with this horse, the best horse in the race. If you make the lead and are aggressive, I don't see how this horse gets beat.
Ethereal Road, the colt who opened the door for Rich Strike in the Derby.
Yeah, and he ran once on turf last time and really didn't show anything. I don't see what leads me to believe he'll turn it around here.
He scratched. Rich Strike drew in. The rest is history. Fuerteventura, Jersey Derby winner at Monmouth.
Yeah, this horse has shown some forward ability, but the pace figures are slow. So I don't think that they'll make the lead with this one. Like I said, I think the 3 Annapolis will be on the front end, breaking away from the pony there. Richie, I think a nice little warm-up suggests let's get away from the gate.
Agree. When they warm a horse up like this, there's intention to be forward. You want them in the bit. You want them really loosened up, blood pumping. And honestly, Lafitte, I love seeing those races. It's Bass Racing now, I'm sure, from the family of Arthur Seelingson. Those colors were worn by Avatar, one of the best 3-year-olds of his foal crop. Won the 1975 Belmont Stakes with Bill Shoemaker.
Todd Pletcher has won multiple Belmont Stakes, and he's standing by with Maggie. Has Annapolis here ready for the Saranac. Maggie.
Let's go to the source. Todd, is Annapolis going to go to the front end here?
Well, I kind of left it up to Irad. I mean, there's no obvious pace on paper, but that doesn't always mean that jockeys will ride it that way. So it's kind of up to him.
Just much the best horse, a little less ground ideal.
Yeah, I think so. You know, he ran very well in the last race. It just couldn't quite get there. We're kind of hoping to maybe back him up into the Coolmore Mile after this. So figured we needed a race in between now and then.
Let's talk a little bit about later on in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, sending out Dynamic One, winning his first Grade of Stakes in the Suburban. Now he's going to try for that first Grade 1 victory. We've heard you compare him to Vino Rosso. Why do you make that kind of comparison?
Well, it's kind of the way we managed him, and he hasn't quite shown Vino Rosso's talent level yet, but I do like the fact that he's improved each start this year. Seems to be getting better and better, and hopefully today'd be his breakthrough.
Speaking of a Grade 1 winner, American Revolution took down the Cigar Mile last year. A mile and a quarter for him. Is that ideal?
I think so. You know, we're going to find out for sure, but I like the way he's finished at a mile and an eighth. He seems to have that grinding style that he kind of keeps clicking off those 12-second furlongs, so I'm hoping he can do that today.
And how about one that's kind of fresh face in your barn? Keep Me in Mind, hinted at ability as a 3-year-old, came back and really ran well. First start for you guys. And kind of tipping your hand at confidence in this guy?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he ran in some important races last year and held his own very well. He's been training great and feel like the mile and a quarter suits him. So,
Todd, thank you so much for your time. Good luck here with Annapolis and later on.
Thank you.
Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher always has them ready to rock and roll, especially in those Grade 1 route races. But Annapolis up first in this Saranac. Lafitte?
Annapolis for Todd Pletcher. Big summer. Coaching Club, American Oaks. Alabama sweep with Nest. Life is Good in the Whitney. And we're not done yet, as Maggie just discussing with Pletcher and his arsenal in the Jockey Club Gold Cup for the second year at Saratoga. Annapolis, go back to his last win. This was the Manila on the 4th of July. JK and Annapolis with that tactically laying mid-pack here. The acceleration in the stretch and simply outclasses his rivals.
Yeah, I mean, they actually kind of ran a little bit in front of him, so he didn't have to make the front end in this one. He's just better than these horses in this race. He's better than the horses that he's facing here today. He runs faster speed figures. He's run them more consistently faster. His last 3 races are faster, depending on what speed figures you look at, are faster than anything anyone in this race has ever run ever. So he's got 3 that are better than anything anyone else has ever done.
And by the way, he ran really well, Richie, in the Saratoga Derby. That's Nation's Pride who beat him, who's very good Irish colt. And the distance probably out of his wheelhouse, that mile and 3/16 of the Saratoga Derby.
Yeah, might have just muted his late kick just a little bit, but he was facing a very good horse. Nation's Pride is internationally accomplished.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you look at his resume, Annapolis, there's a soft argument that he's not undefeated, but he kind of could be, right? You know, 3 races back, he caught soft ground. Maybe he didn't like that. The last race, probably too far. And in both of those performances, with conditions that probably don't suit what he wants to do, still ran second.
Tries hard, classy, very talented. Annapolis, but it is a horse race. There's Celestial City, Joel Rosario taking over for Javier Castellano. Fuerte Ventura, though, able to get the best of him in the Jersey Derby, Richie.
Yeah, and he's back in here. They had blinkers on Celestial City, though, and I kind of like the move. It feels like he's a horse that really needed focus. You know, the rider has to ride him from a long way out to get him going. You saw the horse came out kind of in front of him there and kind of forced him out, maybe lost a little bit of momentum, then he shifted in right there. He had to be corrected. And when you get beat ahead, any one of those little moves makes you feel like maybe I could have done something slightly different and gotten there.
Mick, I just feel like in this race, and obviously you've got a little bit more experience on horseback than I do, I would think that Irad and Annapolis do not want Celestial City even kind of close to them at any point. at any point.
Well, I think the art of riding a horse, particularly let's say Annapolis goes to the lead, a front runner, is at some point, if you've established an advantage and you've gotten to go easy, now play your trump card, use that advantage, and start making them chase you. Take them off the bridle, kick on. Don't wait until they're on top of you to ask your horse to run.
Expect to see him. We expect to see him in front. We'll see. Annapolis, odds on, all set for the Saranac. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. And it was a good beginning for the big favorite, Annapolis, who is out for the early lead. Fuerte Ventura's on the outside. Celestial City down at the rail. And then Ethereal Road. They go under the line for the first time with Annapolis, leading here now by 1.5 lengths. Fuerte Ventura and Celestial City, they are right together, second and third, with Ethereal Road at the back. And the 3-year-olds are now going around the clubhouse turn. And it is Annapolis leading here by almost 2 lengths. The quarter went in 25 seconds. Annapolis takes the field to the backstretch and is the leader here. Fuerte Ventura is on the outside, racing in second. And down at the hedge is Celestial City with Ethereal Road in fourth. And now they're midway up the backstretch. And it is the 1-9 favorite, Annapolis, the leader here by a little more than a length. It is Annapolis who ran the half mile in 49 3/5 seconds. Annapolis in front by a length. Celestial City down at the hedge. Alongside is Fuerte Ventura, and Ethereal Road continues to trail. And now they're going around the far turn. And it is Annapolis in front. Fuerte Ventura moves up on the outside into second. Celestial City is now in third, and Ethereal Road. Annapolis was put on the lead by Arad Ortiz Jr., and they have the lead into the stretch. And now Annapolis is in front by 3 lengths. Celestial City comes on again to grab second. And then Fuerte Ventura and Ethereal Road. It is Annapolis. And this is like a stroll through Congress Park. Annapolis, much the best to win the Grade 3 Saranac. And the final time was 1 minute, 42 2/5 seconds.
Stroll in the park is right, Johnny I. Good as advertised. Annapolis, dominant in the Saranac.
He made the lead the right way. You saw leaving the 3/8 pole, I read it, started to let him march on, and he just was the best horse with the best trip. And the interesting thing to me, besides the beautiful performance by Annapolis, is Todd Pletcher is quietly whittled away at Chad Brown's lead. It's still going to take a lot of things to go right for Todd and some things to go wrong for Chad, but Todd's within 4 of Chad now.
Yeah, I mean, Todd's got he's got a couple more shots today. I know he's pretty loaded in the maiden race. He's obviously got some shots, some live shots in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance it's going to get real interesting.
Mike Rapoli. Todd, who do you like in the 5th? Can I go to the winner's circle, man? Can I go to the winner's circle?
Mike, this horse is not yours. Can I go, please?
Can I go to the winner's circle? I'll talk to you after, man.
I don't know, Mike.
They've celebrated some terrific moments together this summer. Co-owner of Nest Coaching Club, American Oaks, Alabama. Just another day at the office for Todd Pletcher. Annapolis, Arad Ortiz, just a tap on the shoulder. And he'll be interested to see what kind of damage he does the remainder of the season in Annapolis here, Richie.
It gives you the impression that he's going to be one of the better milers, the son of Warfront, who's by Danzig, and you see how much they're stamped. That whole bloodline through Danzig and Warfront, just big, strong, very well-balanced horses.
Dead heat for second, Celestial City, Fuerte Ventura. Dead heat for second in the Saranac. And as you pointed out, they're very cool. The same silks that were seen in the winner's circle after the 1975 Belmont Stakes. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was the year Foolish Pleasure won the Derby. Master Derby won the Preakness. Avatar won the Belmont. And eventually, Wajima wound up 3-year-old champion by kind of running the board through the Travers and the Governor's Cup and beating Forgo twice.
Very cool. Those colors. Bass Racing. A homebred, Annapolis, 4th lifetime victory. Strolls in this Grade 3 Saranac. Your turn, Warlike Goddess. Will she do the same or something similar in the Flower Bowl? We'll see later on. For the time being, Another stakes winner, Rat Ortiz. Todd Pletcher, 4 wins shy of Chad Brown. Annapolis, the ears. What else you want from me? Gallops in the Saranac.
Catholic Boy. This dual surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live, where Annapolis just dominated the Saranac. Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Nominate your star today. 1 to 9 and performs accordingly. Richie, Rat Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, just too much Annapolis in the Saranac.
And took no prisoners, did all the right things. Just go to the lead. You're on the best horse. Let him get comfortable, stride out when you want to. Annapolis, much the best.
Winning pilot, Rat Ortiz, standing by with Maggie.
And Irad, beautifully driven, I should say. Annapolis stumbling, though, at the start. Was there any concern at that?
He broke so sharp and stumbled a little bit, but he recovered so fast, put himself on the race, what the speed of the race. He relaxed so well. And, you know, it was fun out there, you know, went around the track, and when I asked him, he was there for me.
Ears up the whole way. A little bit later, we'll see you in the Flower Bowl. Obviously, Warlike Goddess, much the horse to beat, but aboard Virginia Joy. Is the only way to beat Warlike Goddess is to take it to her from the get-go and go to the lead?
Last time she broke good, she was close to the pace. Today, I don't think it's that much pace in the race, so let's see what the trainer decides to do, but look like she's going to be right there. Going to be forwardly play, maybe first, maybe on the lead, maybe second, so let's see.
All right, wishing you the best of luck later. Go get your picture taken with the proud connections of Annapolis.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Annapolis, paid workout. I wish I could have ridden him, Lafitte.
Winner's share of a $200,000 purse. Those colors Richie mentioned in the winner's circle following the 75 Belmont Avatar. And for Rat Ortiz, he missed a few days. Could Luis Saez tighten it up in the chase for an Angel Cordero riding title? Doesn't look like it. Rat Ortiz about to capture a 4th Saratoga riding title.
Yeah, and listen, he's ridden terrific. You know, sometimes Irad's problem is he tries too hard. You know, allow the horse to be the star. Allow the horse to do what they do. It's not jockey racing, it's horse racing. But he's a tremendously talented young guy, and I just think if he could dial it down a half a notch, he's going to show that he's a better rider.
No, it's outstanding to be up here and to watch these guys compete. It's one of my favorite kind of, obviously it's about the horses, but the competition between these guys is always so much fun to watch, and it's always exciting to see who's going to end up winning the title, because it is the most important title in racing from a jockey standpoint, in my opinion.
WinStar jockey standings. Irad Ortiz with 48 victories. Joel Rosario, Luis Saez. I guess you could compare it to maybe somebody like a Bill Romanowski, Pro Bowl, Super Bowl winning linebacker. And he would always play right on the edge. And when he would be asked, could you dial it back a little bit? All those personal fouls. And late, he's like, look, that's my game. That's what makes me who I am. If I do that, I'm not going to be the linebacker you need me to be.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, for Irad, in many cases, like he wants it almost too much. It's right there.
Well, it's passion, and I totally understand it. Anytime I was riding my best, I tended to get suspended. I didn't, take it maybe to the degree he did. I don't like the elbow stuff, and that to me that's over the top. Jockeys' rooms used to police themselves a lot better, though. I don't see that as much. But I had Mike Venezia come to me one day and say, hey, you get days when you're rolling, and it costs you momentum. And I remember thinking the same thing. Well, that's my game. When I'm riding good, I'm a little bit reckless, a little bit, just in the moment. But you mature and you learn that you can be effective without being that kind of reckless.
World-class rider, all the talent in the world, just fine-tune just a little bit, and ready to capture a fourth riding title here at Saratoga. Another graded stakes victory in the Saranac. Race number 5, scratch numbers 6, 13, and 14 wide open, down towards the bottom. Mr. Chairman, 3-1 tepid choice with about 18 minutes to go. Later today, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Over the years, some of the very best in thoroughbred racing that have won this event. Just recent decades, horses like Easy Goer, Cigar, and Curlin. If you go back a little bit further, 55 years to be exact, a horse by the name of Damascus won the Jockey Club Gold Cup, one of the very best of all time.
More than 5 decades ago, Damascus completed one of the most impressive sophomore campaigns in the history of the sport. His rivalry with Dr. Fager was legendary, and his triumph in the 1967 Woodward Stakes over that rival and Buck Passer is considered by many to be the race of the century. The 1967 Horse of the Year and Dual Classic victor is in the Hall of Fame and is one of the greatest racehorses of the 20th century. Damascus competed as a homebred for Edith Woodward Bancroft, whose father William owned the famed Bel Air stud. The son of sword dancer did not start until late in his freshman season, but did capture the Remsen Stakes that year. Damascus returned as a 3-year-old to capture the Bayshore Stakes and the Wood Memorial prior to finishing 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He rebounded with triumphs in the Preakness and Belmont Stakes before winning the American Derby in track record time. He also won the Aqueduct Handicap against older horses, the Dwyer Stakes, the aforementioned Woodward, which was the worst loss of Dr. Fager's career, and the Travers Stakes by 22 lengths. That margin of victory remains the largest in that event to this day. Damascus also won the Jockey Club Gold Cup and established a single-season earnings record, which was later broken by none other than Secretariat. He also won the Stroob Stakes, the Malibu, and the Brooklyn Handicap in 1968. He was retired after bowing a tendon in his quest for a second Jockey Club Gold Cup title. It was the only occasion Damascus ever finished off the board in 32 races. Damascus began his second career at Claiborne Farm. He sired 70 stakes winners, one of which was Private Account, who was responsible for Personal Ensign. Frank Whiteley, his Hall of Fame trainer, who conditioned Ruffian and Forgo, said Damascus was truly the greatest horse I've been around.
That quote blew me away. Damascus, as you look at the stats and the career highlights and accomplishments, Frank Whiteley, Ruffian's trainer, Forgo's trainer, Damascus, quote, the greatest horse I've ever been around.
High praise for somebody who threw praise around like manhole covers. The Fox of Laurel, Frank Whiteley. He also trained Tom Rupp. I mean, he had a great reference point. But Damascus, what he did in the Woodward Stakes, beating, a Buck Passer and Damascus by 10 lengths, these are all-time great, legendary names, the greatest horses of our lifetimes and beyond. And he manhandled them. Just fantastic.
And JK, it has to seem so foreign to newer fans to the sport when they see how like often horses used to run, you know, in his 3-year-old campaign, like race after race after race after race, when we're more accustomed to seeing a less is more approach these days.
Yeah, it's slowly kind of changed, right? I think there was probably a time where there was, you know, trainers were still running their horses a lot, and then people started to slow down. And then once everyone slows down, then everyone kind of had to slow down, because you couldn't continue to run your horse all the time, a tired horse maybe it were, or maybe a super fit horse, whatever it might be. So I think it's a huge difference that we, you know, new fans aren't used to.
It's amazing how many younger fans, like, what do you mean the Bluegrass was 9 days before the Kentucky Derby for a long time? What do you mean horses that won the Triple Crown ran in between those 3 races?
They felt like there was too much time between the Preakness and the Belmont, 3 weeks. So they'd either run in the Jersey Derby, the Met Mile, maybe an allowance race, the Withers. A lot of Triple Crown winners competed in between the Preakness and the Belmont.
And this is how different it is for those who run well in today's Jockey Club Gold Cup. That might be the last time they race until the Breeders' Cup Classic. We saw that last year with Max Player. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Field of 8 for the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Number 2, Olympiad, 2-1 morning line favorite for Bill Mott, looking to bounce back after the Whitney. That's later tonight, Jockey Club Gold Cup here at Saratoga. That guy won't be tough to spot for John Embrial. Mr. Chairman, the current choice in this wide open 5th race, turf scramble, post time 13 minutes. Mr. Chairman at 3-1. We'll be right back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Sights and sounds, images from another stellar summer at Saratoga. winding down the 154th season. 5th race of 13 on this Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday. Starter allowance turf sprint. It is wide open with Mr. Chairman towards the outside, number 11, the 3-1 current favorite, trained by Christophe Clement. Patricia Generosio, homebred. And JK, here's his maiden win, where he did kind of bobble a little bit leaving the gate, and then really guts this one out in the end with a late charge.
No, he did, and he was impressive here. And I love seeing this horse. Reminds me a lot of his brother, half-brother, Disco Partner, in those Generosio silks. But I thought he was impressive. I thought this horse was the most likely winner of this race we're going to see here in the next 10-15 minutes. And I thought the debut was, the second time out was very impressive, even though actually having that trouble right there towards the end.
Did you see that bobble he did, right? He was getting to the leader, and it looked like he slipped a little bit behind, half bobbled, and got up and was able to continue his forward progress. I mean, for a split second there, you thought, oh no, like something went wrong, and he was able to catch himself and continue.
And still won, as we welcome Acacia Clement to the show, standing by in the paddock. Big horseshoes to fill, Acacia, considering who Big Brother is.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, the little brother to multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire Disco Partner, a very cool New York bred who held the world record sprinting on the turf at Belmont. And Mr. Chairman is a horse that did run for 40,000 first time out, but Christophe Clement saying that he thought he actually made a mistake in running him in that spot and stepped him up, and he did win against maiden special weight foes last time out. And as Richie had commented, and Richie was the one that pointed it out to me, that he almost seemed to be kind of skipping over a little discoloration in the turf course, or a little divot last time out, and you might have noticed he's a bit of a quirky individual, as Disco Partner was as well. In his first 2 starts, and again today, Mr. Chairman's been pretty vocal in the paddock. He tried to rear up just a little bit ago saddling. He's one of the rare Clement horses that does wear a Houghton bit for horses that have the tendency to bear out. He's sharp in here once again today. He's a really good looking horse. He actually has a little bit more length and scope than Disco Partner did, but I remember even when towards the end of his career, at least racing, when Disco Partner was in the barn, he was sat next to the office, and so my husband Miguel, assistant to his dad, could just bang on the wall every time Disco Partner started screaming when anything else happened in the barn. So it does run in the family, that vocal and a little bit of quirkiness that we do see. But Mr. Chairman coming off of a nice effort, we'll see if he can build off of that. Taking a look at a couple of others, a very intriguing prospect is the number 1, Drink the Wind, who's first off the claim for trainer Tom Morley, and after a 22 1/4 length score, goes right to the turf. Now, I do know from the connections from the ownership that when claiming this horse, it was with the idea of potentially trying the grass. Now, there is a little bit of turf in the pedigree. It was, of course, by More Than Ready. The dam's only win was on synthetic. There was one sibling that won on the grass, though a relatively slow race. The other sibling, to be fair, though never a turf winner, did run his best numbers on the turf. An okay turf hoof on this one as well. If he runs anything like he did on the dirt last time out, that's very intriguing. He's an incredibly athletic, good-looking type, is claimed and does step up into this starter allowance group, but he's, I think, the wild card of this race. The number 7 is a bit of a new face as well. That is Custom Bobby's, who does come in from an effort at Monmouth. We saw him win at a generous price 2 starts back at Belmont for Jose Camejo, who has come here to New York with some really live runners. This is a strong, solidly built gelding, a son of Custom for Carlos, bred in Louisiana. And this horse did finish 4th last time out, and it seems like he kind of planted his feet a little bit at the break. It just really didn't have quite enough late, and did get bumped a little bit at the start, but he stacks up favorably with his competition in here. He does lure Irad Ortiz, which is always a positive, and he's on the muscle today, Lafitte.
He's feeling it. Custom Bobby's, Acacia. Post parade shortly. Another look at the spin-away 2-year-old fillies. Tomorrow's feature, 10 of them. Wonder Wheel, 3-1 tepid morning line favorite for Mark Cassidy on the strength of this effort in the debutante at Churchill Downs. Richie, she made the lead, flashed that gate speed, runs away, and hides.
And what I liked is showing the versatility she showed. She broke her maiden first time out, and she came from off the pace that day. This time, a little sharper with the experience, race under her belt, popped out to the lead and just dominated. She's a big, strong-looking filly. She looks like she'd want to go further, too, Jonathan. 7/8 should be do her well.
And look, she took a lot of pressure from the inside earlier in this race, and that's not easy for young horses, in my opinion. When horses are kind of outside of you and you're taking pressure, and she did it easily. And we've already talked about it on the show, how much it seems that Mark Cassey is excited about this horse. Comparing to Classic Empire?
He hasn't been as excited about a 2-year-old prospect since Classic Empire, and something like that just sticks. And he mentioned Wonder Gadot and some other really good 2-year-olds he's had since. Very high praise for Wonder Wheel.
And this one's well bred as well. Into Mischief out of Wonder Gal, who ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile out in Santa Anita, I think back in 2014. She's got a right to be any kind.
Spin away tomorrow. Post parade now for the 5th. Drink the Wine. Won in a nail biter in his latest.
Yeah, we'll see if this horse takes to the. I just see what you did there. If this horse takes to the grass, it could be interesting.
22 lengths, not a nail biter. Starry Night.
I have a personal rooting interest for Starry Night, but that aside, had trouble last time. Breaks cleaner, could put himself in better position.
NY Anthem at 41-1.
Tried the turf 2 races back, didn't seem to appreciate it. 41-1 suggests won't appreciate it today either.
Blinding Light contender Luis Saez.
I think a strong contender. Loved his maiden win for maiden 40, but he ran really fast and good that day.
King Moon Racer for George Weaver, 1 for 13 coming in.
Yeah, this horse ended up being extremely wide after being carried out. I think this horse could run better here today.
Letty is out. Custom Bobbies. There he is, Red Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, they're taking some sneaky money here. I don't often care what the morning line is, but David Aragona here does the morning line here, does such a great job. This horse comes down off of that. That's interesting money.
Montatham, 9-1 winner in his latest.
Yeah, won the same condition last time, ultimately disqualified, came out and kind of caused the horse to clip his heels, but that's a big price for him.
Moon Hunter would be a surprise.
Yeah, it just needs to get a little bit faster from a speed figure standpoint to compete with these.
Here's the 10, Sugar Gray. Leonard, first after the claim, Leah Giarmati.
Yeah, trying the turf for the first time. Does have some siblings that have competed well on the turf, including Xylophone.
Joel Rosario, Mr. Chairman, 3-1 tepid choice.
Yeah, this horse makes sense to me on debut. Ran extremely well that day, was second. 4 horses came out of that race to win, then comes back up here and wins. Those are 2 winning performances. I think this horse is the one to beat.
Hatch on the outside with Eric Cancel.
Takes the blinkers off, turning back in distance. Doesn't possess a great deal of speed and a bad post. I just have a hard time envisioning what kind of trip this horse works out.
5th race coming up. There's the field. Post time 2 minutes. You have 2.5 days left. Get involved. Join us at NYRABets.com. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Mr. Chairman picture has been kind of a handful throughout. Joel Rosario, a magician in turf sprints, widely considered the best turf sprint rider in North America. And his Saturday afternoon, take a look at his mounts. Still have the Flower Bowl coming up on a live one here in Mr. Chairman. Very, very busy, Joel Rosario. And later, Richie Ward-like Goddess 2-5 in the Flower Bowl. American Revolution 3-1. Very live mounts in the main events.
Absolutely. Well, he's one of the best agents of all time in Ron Anderson, handling him and Johnny Velasquez as well. So a Hall of Famer and a future Hall of Famer, Joel Rosario. Even just watching him warm a horse up, when he takes that wide cross and he gets horses to kind of put their head down into his hands, that's one of the reasons why he's so good, because he gets a horse so balanced, they wind up using themselves so efficiently.
Rosario on the tepid choice. There's a look at Blinding Light. Luis Saez, first after the claim, Jeffrey Engelhardt. Go back to his maiden win, 20th of July, JK. Blinding Light strikes the front here and draws off late.
Yeah, showed some talent first out at maiden special weight, then shows back up here for maiden 40 and just keeps going. 5-1 was very impressive. Kind of fought this horse off. A lot of times you'll see horses that run for 40, and I try to say, well, they ran for 40, who'd they beat, da-da-da-da. You know, you can kind of look at it as a negative. But if a horse runs for 40 one time, wins, and gets claimed, that means that they probably shouldn't have been in for 40. They were probably maiden special weight type, and that's why they were claimed. That's why they won. That's how I feel about Blinding Light.
Worked out nicely for Jeffrey Engelhardt. You see the selections. We've just about reached post time. Acacia Montatham also looking to build off a win. 9-1 in his latest, 10-1 this afternoon with Dylan Davis. What are you seeing?
Indeed, and he was disqualified after crossing the wire first last time out. As Montatham, as many remember, that was the horse that did result in Dylan Davis getting that 7-day suspension. Unfortunately, he was the one that did cause a spill. Thankfully, Eric Hensel and his horse out of that race were all fine. But given what happened and what transpired there, we did see Dylan have the suspension. So this horse has actually won this condition already, though disqualified to 8th last time out and looking to get back to the winner's circle and repeat it again today. I do think top to bottom he meets a tougher field than he did last time, and it kind of seemed like coming into that last race he was sitting on go, cutting back to a distance that he prefers. Dylan Davis does climb back aboard him today, so hopefully he gets a better trip in here and is able to keep a straight course. He looks very fit once again. His coat looks terrific, as it always does for this son of Candy Ride. The question will be, can he cross the wire first again today and stay there and do so against a tougher field? I like the betting public. I'm a little dubious to see if he can repeat that effort this afternoon as he meets some good horses in this spot, but certainly one who showed that he could win at this level of feat.
Montatham, Dylan Davis, and Richie, Starry Night. There's Jose Ortiz, but you've been on Starry Nights back pretty recently.
Yeah, we schooled him at the gate. And, you know, he's a horse with a great personality. That aside, and listen, I do feel some affection and affinity for him. Haven't been on many racehorses in 12 years.
We'll have a chance to go ahead.
And John Kimball's a dear friend. Obviously, he does a great job. But Starry Night had a very difficult trip last time. He didn't break well, had no position, put in a run, ran out of room at a critical stage, and could have, you know, easily won last time. Now, I do think this is a tougher race, even though it's the same condition, than it came up last time. I think you've got some real, you know, tougher horses in here. But Starry Night with a clean trip might have absolutely won the race last time.
JK, what are we looking for right from the start from a race shape standpoint?
You know, in turf sprints altogether, you want to see who makes the front in here. I think the 4 Blinding Light could be the one that makes the front. I'm hoping that the 11 Mr. Chairman, who I've played and who I would like to win this race, is forward enough to stay connected and get over. Try to be at least in the 3 path when you go into the turn. I wouldn't want that one to be much wider.
Disco Partners' little brother, Mr. Chairman. John Embrial standing by. It's post time. 5th, live from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Custom Bobbies is going out for the early lead. Now moving on through down on the inside is Drink the Wind to grab second as they move up the backstretch, and the leader is Custom Bobbies. Sugar Gray Leonard has now taken second. On the inside is Drink the Wind, next in third. Mr. Chairman runs in 4th, and New York Anthem is in 5th. And then comes a Blinding Light, who's in 6th. Hatches on the outside in 7th. Starry Night looks to advance down on the inside and had a steady there. Then comes Moon Hunter, followed next in between horses by King Moonracer. As the field goes around the turn through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds, it is Custom Bobbies, and challenged here on the outside by Sugar Gray Leonard. The two of them hit the top of the stretch together. Sugar Gray Leonard and Custom Bobbies, they are heads apart as they come down for the 8th pole. Custom Bobbies on the inside, Sugar Gray Leonard. Custom Bobbies now gets away here to lead by a length and a half. Sugar Gray Leonard runs in second. They're coming on for the finish, and it will be Custom Bobbies, a 2.5 length winner. Sugar Gray Leonard was second, and Montatham came on to grab third.
Back-to-back wins on the lawn for Arad Ortiz at a price. Custom Bobbies in the 5th at Saratoga.
You know, there looked like enough speed sign on here. I didn't really see Custom Bobbies making the lead, but Jonathan, you made the point before the race. You like speed in turf sprints. Did you anticipate this guy making the lead?
No, he hadn't shown any speed in his last 2 turf sprints for Jose Cameo. So, well, I mean, I guess 2 back at Belmont, but not 5.5 speed against some of the horses that showed up in here. But that's the game, the name of the game in turf sprints. Find the front end, and you've got a great chance of winning. Other horses behind you are losing ground or getting stopped. That didn't happen to Custom Bobby's.
Acacia's top selection at 4-1. This looked like a turf scramble going in. Custom Bobby's on top. 30-1 shot to complete the exacta. Sugar Gray Leonard, Montatham at 10-1. Top of the stretch, Custom Bobby's in command throughout. Richie Irada, just a tap on the shoulder, responds nicely and draws away.
Yeah, found a bit more and was, Acacia talked about how sharp he looked, and obviously that sharpness translated into speed. Got to give, some props here to Leah Giamatti,
yes,
who claimed Sugar Gray Leonard last time. Changed surfaces, put this horse on the turf, and was rewarded with a big second. Here, made a big run for it at 30-1. That's her second on the day. She had
Fly
that
right,
timer.
the first timer in the first race. Did everything but win. Leah Giamatti. Sugar Gray Leonard completing the exacta, 30-1. And for Custom Bobby's, Jose Camejo.
That was a good shot of Jose Camejo there. He's always got his hair styled just right.
He's ready for the winner.
Guy I rode with at Calder a bunch of years ago.
Taking congratulations, incoming calls. Jose Camejo with Custom Bobby's 4th lifetime victory. Aggressive Irad Ortiz, and it pays off.
Well, and we need to get Jose Camejo the Rudy Rodriguez line of earbuds. They say not to put that phone up this year.
Custom Bobby 7-10-8-4. We're just discussing how important the start would be out of that big steel metal contraption. We're to take you inside the gate, everything that takes place, what to look for from the start, and your tour guide, the guy sitting directly to my left inside the starting gate with Richard Migliori. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Jockey's Warrior in front by 4 lengths, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. And the fans, the images, the party, 8 weeks every summer. Winding down another, hey, thumbs up. Great stash. Winding down the 154th season at the Spa. JK, Custom Bobby's just too fast to catch on this afternoon.
Yeah, finding the front end in turf sprints, always dangerous. It doesn't hurt when you got that guy, Irad Ortiz, on your back either.
Took no prisoners, and as you mentioned for Leah Giamatti, the claim, the changes made in that 30-1 runner-up effort from Sugar Gray Leonard.
Yeah, horses are running well. She only has 1 win at the meet, but that doesn't tell the whole story. When a trainer's horses are hitting the board and running well, they have them well prepared.
Keisha had custom bobbies on top, and now she has the winning trainer in the winner's circle.
And he's fired up, Lafitte. We love to see it. Jose Camejo as custom bobbies. What a nice performance here. What's so exciting about winning here? I mean, just seeing how you get so pumped up coming to the winner's circle, it's great to see.
Well, you know, when Ida ride for me is something that Hen and I, we got a, you know, really big connection. And, you know, he been losing some races by the wire. So I told him today, you know, we got to get him down. And we did it.
Were you expecting him to be so aggressively handled on the lead, using that speed in here as he was able to dig in nicely?
Well, I told him, you know, just let him break. I think, you know, he feel really good. He working in a bullet like 7, 8 days ago, and he feel really good. And I said, look, he might go to the lead, just go for it and see what happens.
And as you had said to me, a Louisiana bred, he's got a lot of size to him, a really good-looking horse. How is he to train?
He's a handful, and you know, it's a big horse for being Louisiana bred. You don't see that many horses that size, but we get it.
And you got to the winner's circle with him too, Jose. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jose Camejo, the horses he brought here to New York, Lafitte, watch out for them. They've been live.
Big smile, excited Acacia following that win, custom bobbies. He was ready today, broke sharp with Irad Ortiz, back-to-back wins Irad Ortiz and custom bobbies. Again, you had touched on this earlier, JK, that these races in particular, I know that, you know, speed is a big thing, a big part of your handicapping. Custom bobbies today, though, the way he broke really took it to him early on. Strong and late, got confident, and they couldn't catch him. No,
and the horse had a nice late kick, but it was a closer. Not a closer, but came from off of it in previous 2 starts, and you put a closer on the front end, they don't have to close. They just kick on.
Right. How are they going to outfinish you if you're already there and you've got a kick besides? But he was very sharp. Acacia pointed that out, so good call by her. And Jose Camejo's doing a really good job. I think it's fair to say he's a better trainer than he was a rider.
Maybe he was a really good rider.
No, but look at what he's doing as a trainer. I mean, you got to admire it, respect it, and you can see how into it is, how much he loves it. I mean, the passion's evident.
It's not easy to make the transition either. We haven't seen many great riders who have made great trainers.
Usually the way it goes is the better the rider, the worse the trainer. I mean, you've got notable exceptions. Listen, Johnny Longden rode a Triple Crown winner and then trained the Kentucky Derby and a Preakness winner. And that's pretty heady
good
stuff, yeah.
That'll work. Jose Camejo with the victory here in the 5th race of 13 on this Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday at Saratoga. 6th race. Did you like anybody here, JK?
In the 6th, I was, as I scroll, you know, I was interested in the 9 a little bit. Champion's Dream.
Right.
You know, Danny Gargan doesn't win a ton of races first time out, but when he shows up and he takes money, this horse seems to be working well, drawn well towards the outside. I thought the 9 Champion's Dream was interesting.
2-year-olds in the 6th post time, 22 minutes. It's been a big part of the conversation this afternoon, the start of races, and we pay so much attention of trying to figure out which horse is going to wind up in front at the finish line, and rightfully so. Who's going to be in the winner's circle? And so often it's decided right at the start as Richie Migliore takes us inside the starting gate.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the Iron Monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
What are we doing? Hey, we're from the front. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate, and once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know, the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's going to do his job. I'm going to just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say one out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say one out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know, or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Great stuff, Richie, inside the starting gate. First, the image of you back in the gate, in the saddle. What was that like for you?
A lot of emotion going on. You know, I've sat on horses and I've hacked out on a riding horse here and there, even though I'm not supposed to do that. But to be on a racehorse, then going in the starting gate again, and I was having some flashbacks, and I would have liked to have left there. I wouldn't have just stopped there and backed them out. But thanks to John Kimball, his assistant Loretta Lustig, for bringing the horse over. That was Starry Night. And allowing me to do that with him. And then everybody behind the scenes that made this happen, Eldon and Ernie and Bobby, everybody that worked so hard on this. Thank you guys. You made the piece what it became. And I hope that people have a little different insight, a little bit more of an insider's look into what happens in the gate.
Well, I think it's one of the parts of the game that, you know, you can watch a lot of races, you can look at the form for hours. You'll never know what it's like to be inside of there and what happens inside of there. So I know I appreciate it as a horse player being able to see that.
Great stuff. Technically, I know you've made an emphasis on jockeys in like weight distribution. What are the do's and don'ts from that perspective?
We're in the starting gate. You know, you don't want to be leaning too far forward, because if a horse does break or, you know, stumbles and makes a mistake or goes left and right, they will pull you right over their head. You can't be too far back, because when they leave the gate, they'll leave you behind. So you've got to be balanced right over their withers, but sitting up straight as if you would at a walk. And then if you're leaving properly with your horse, when they leave, you're with them, not behind them, not in front of them.
You got that, JK, for next time, so you don't make that mistake?
There is a 99.7% chance I'll never leave the gate on a horse, so I'm good. I don't need the info.
Go, we can work it out. I'll get them to bring Starry Night. Bucket list thing. Come on.
So that's what you want to do inside the gate. And then here's something else that you rarely see. Took place in the 3rd race here at Saratoga. Why Javier Castellano is not riding, Richie? What happens here?
Yeah, he's down on the inside of the blue slicks. You see the horse takes a step in, and he's going to hit the fence right there. Now, your foot, basically by your ankle, is in between a 1,000-pound animal and a stationary object. And that was just one stride, and that tore his boot. You could see, he knows right there that he's got a little bit of a problem, that he tore his boot open. What we read, his sock, his boot, everything. And you take another look at it. I mean, it's quick, but again, you're talking about a 1,000-pound animal and your foot between that and the rail, and he clipped it. Thankfully, it just was one stride. I mean, there's cases where it'll be 3, 4, 5 strides, and you get really tore up. Hopefully, Javier's okay. I mean, it's a dicey situation. You're dealing with big animals, and it's just not a perfect world.
I did want to read a tweet from David Grenick of the Daily Racing Form. It said, Javier Castellano is going to Albany Med for x-rays on his left foot. Race 3, as you just saw, Mount Seal Beach lugged in while on the inside, and Castellano's left foot hit the rail, tearing his boot. Javier said, quote, "He broke my boot. I've never seen anything like that. Boot, socks, everything. Thank God I had no cuts."
Hard to believe he didn't have any cuts. I mean, you know, and hopefully that's a good sign. Hopefully the X-rays come back clean.
Riding so well here at Saratoga, Javier Castellano. Hopefully he'll be back before long. Any updates, we will pass that along. Still, so much racing coming your way from the spa on this final Saturday of the Meet Jockey Club Gold Cup Flower Bowl later this evening. Horses in the paddock for the 6th. There's been a lot of hollering. They are 2-year-olds, 7/8 of a mile. Paddock report from Maggie when we come back. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian here at Saratoga wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
You're watching Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The president of America's Best Racing is Stephen Panis. Stephen lost his son, Jake, in a senseless DUI accident in August of 2020. Jake was 16 years old. Growing up, Jake could be seen in a South Carolina football jersey. He dreamed of one day playing for the Gamecocks. Jake never had that chance. But now, in honor of Jake's memory, every year a student athlete will have that opportunity. Because of the Jake Panis Walk-On Scholarship, this year's recipient, Peyton Mangrum, said Stephen Panis, quote, "Peyton is the perfect fit, a hard worker, on and off the field, an exemplary student, an inspiration for so many. Jake would be so proud," unquote. Jake Panis Walk-On Scholarship. No easy way to segue back to the live racing, apologies, but we do have 2-year-olds in the paddock for the 6, 7/8 of a mile field with updated odds. Champions Dream number 9 at 5-2. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale for this paddock report. Maggie, we've heard a lot of hollering and screaming for these 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and luckily for those who are wagering, it's come from many horses that are bigger prices in here. So let's check in with the ones that are on the shorter side of the wagering scale as we'll take a look at number 2, Mine Tap. And they paid a lot, $750,000 for this horse as a yearling. He is out of by Tapit, excuse me, and out of the dam that produced Carolina, multiple graded stakes winner, going long on the dirt. She took a while to break her maiden, don't forget, and she hasn't really produced the dam much other than her. Mine Tap, though, is a really good-looking type, really nicely put together, but I have to say I haven't been in love with what I've seen from him in his morning works. He has been working with Ari Gold, who we saw a distant fourth as the even money favorite back in today's first race, and he's a turf horse. This horse is supposed to be working better than him, and if anything, they were on even terms, and if not, Mine Tap wasn't going quite as well. So I don't know. I'll take the wait and see approach. He'll have to prove me wrong here, as we'll take a look at 2 on the outside. Obviously, number 9, Champions Day, taking a lot of attention. They paid $425,000 for this horse after working 20-4 at the March sale. So that's a ways back, as we'll check it out right now. And as you can see, this horse is doing it pretty effortlessly. And you always want to find one that when you look at the time, it doesn't look like they're going that fast. Their legs don't look as though they're moving that rapidly. They're just really covering a lot of ground. And that's what Champion's Dream did in this workout. The dam won her first 2 starts, including the Grade 2 Pocahontas, so there's precocity in the pedigree and being a son of Justified. Now, he is wearing blinkers first time out. Couldn't watch any of his breezes, though, on XBTV, but they look quick. When you look at the work tab, he's been very professional, incredibly fit. I like him debuting here at the 7 furlongs. His physical makeup says that he probably wants to go a bit further than this, but very well could be effective at this distant first time out. Best looking horse of this group is number 10. That is Cagliostro, or Cagliostro. I'm not exactly sure how to say it, but did work 10-1 and sold for $385,000. Just had a really nice way of going in that sales workout. Is a son of Upstart. There really isn't, though, much pedigree to report on the bottom side, so you don't feel quite as confident in taking a horse like this as you do with Champion's Dream. But wow, you want to talk about a good looking, well-balanced horse. You can see that much for him, not maybe having the repertoire as some of the other horses, as he's just elegant, he is athletic, he comes in here pretty fit, you know, he's 90% there. It has a great air about him here in the paddock, too. I'm really interested to see what this Cherie DeVoe trainee does on the racetrack, Lafitte.
Currently 6-1. Maggie, these 2-year-olds, some serious prospects believed to be in this one, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we get to 7 furlongs. It's late in the meet, and trainers, you know, with horses that they think are going to go on, looking to debut up here. And we got 3 divisions of this race today. That's strong.
Post parade, Mine Tap, currently 7-2.
A half to the stakes winner, Carolina. The mare, What Dreams Are Made Of, won on debut right here in Saratoga, so you know that the family has some precocity.
Maggie didn't love the works in the morning. Jung Frau making all that noise in the paddock.
Yeah, the works don't come back particularly well. And 12-1 on a Bill Mott firster for Judd Mott, probably not a great sign.
Most Treasure does have the edge and experience.
Yeah, making his 7th start and getting back off of the turf. Some of his dirt races were okay.
Keon Calumet pictured Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, so horse that's been out, worked a few times on the dirt, tried on the turf. Feel like they're trying to figure out where this one belongs.
Prairie Dunes, debuting colt by Curlin.
Yeah, first fall out of a stakes place mare with some good works, particularly that worked 2 back out of the starting gate.
Desert Wolf, first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. Joel Rosario, 6-1 currently.
Yeah, this horse is taking money, and if you look 4 works back, worked with Donegal Surges, who won first out.
American Halite by Travers winner, Arrowgate, first-time starter, 19-1 cold on the board.
Yeah, cold on the board here. Half to Good Medicine, who won here yesterday, but going a mile and 3/16 on the turf.
Champion's Dream, another fresh face by Triple Crown winner Justify.
When there's 2 Todd Pletchers, 2 Bill Motts, a Chad Brown, and Danny Gargan's favorite, I'd pay attention.
2-1 currently, and on the outside, Cagliostro. Maggie liked what she saw there. head up there in the post parade acting up a little bit.
Yeah, a horse that went for $385,000, so you know he's going to be a good-looking horse. He has to be well put together.
2-year-olds in this 6th race. A couple of days left. Spin away tomorrow. Hopeful. Still time to get involved. Join us at Naira Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. But any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. JK, for those more accustomed to playing MLB, NBA, NFL about to get underway, college football. Today, first real opening day of the season. The money line and how it translates from mutual wagering here, pari-mutuel wagering for horse racing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the 9 champions dream. It's 2-1, plus 200, bet 100, win 200. The rest of it's pretty self-explanatory. I think that what we wanted to try to do with this was to let the sports betting fans see a number that sometimes they can relate to when you've taken a money line underdog plus 600 or whatever, 6-1. You could very similar to what you could get right now on the 7 in this race.
As you look at the 9, the favorite, the first-time starter by Justified, Champion's Dream. Irad Ortiz has rattled off 2 straight wins, including a victory in the Saranac. There he is. Updated WinStar jockey standings. And Richie, Irad Ortiz, 3 titles here at Saratoga, ready to wrap up a 4th.
Yeah, I'd be pretty confident in the fact that Irad will be your leading rider here. He's ridden well all meet, but as have all of these people. I mean, this is a tremendously deep jockey colony.
If this was like if this was baseball, that would be an all-star team, plain and simple.
Oh, absolutely. This is the best of the best. You can go top 12, top 14 guys here. If they went anyplace else, they'd probably be leading rider.
I'm a strong believer of that. I think the opposite of that. It's pretty impressive how Flavien has come here and done so well. But I agree. I think you arguably could take the top 10 guys in the room, and they would all be vying for the championship at Del Mar. And that's no offense. It just happens to be that this colony has gotten really, really strong. And I don't know who 8th, 9th, 10th. I think they would be competitive out there for champion jockey.
Absolutely. Flavien Prat not riding here today. Left last night. He's on the West Coast at Del Mar, getting ready to ride Flightline. Odds-on heavy favorite for the Pacific Classic later this evening. We have 2-year-olds here, and Maggie Desert Wolf, a first-time starter with Joel Rosario. What are you noticing?
That I really liked his warm-up, Lafitte, as he is a son of Protonico. We don't see many of his progeny, but he was trained by Todd Pletcher. And this one, the Dam of Minor Stakes winner, and she won on all 3 surfaces, which I always think is intriguing. But look how lovely this horse looks as he frames himself up beautifully here. And watching some of his workouts, he wasn't going quite as well in his his work 2 back, I should say, but he moves well. Look, Protonico's progeny, the ones that we see, they don't tend to win first time out, but just one that really caught my attention in this warm-up. And what a beautifully balanced horse, really well muscled, really strong too. And he is taking some nibbles here late in the game at 7-1, as we'll also take a look at the 1-4 trainer Bill Mott. That's number 3, Jungfrau. And he's a big horse. He is a big son of Arrogate. But Arrogate, well, unfortunately, we're not going to see many of his progeny on the racetrack. Let's not forget that he didn't get really good until midway through his 3-year-old campaign. So he hasn't been that productive with his young horses. And it just feels that Jungfrau needs a start to kind of put everything together. There's a little bit more turf pedigree on the bottom. He has more of a turf hoof. Look, he's 16-1. Again, not going to be too harsh, but one I'll watch with interest, and one that I'll be interested to see if we subsequently see him on the turf later on. Lafitte.
JK, it's incredible. Arrogate, when he won that, if everybody had Arrogate, who says they had Arrogate, he would have been 3-5. He paid $20-some-odd when he won that Travers, and yet everybody had him at 11-1. Everybody.
Yeah, they're lying. I didn't have him. I had the other one. I think I had American Freedom, who was the 2 that day. And man, Arrogate was so impressive. I still believe that's one of the most impressive runs that a thoroughbred has ever made, when he won the Travers, the Classic, the Pegasus, and the Dubai World Cup. And he did them all differently, too. He wired here. He came from out of it in Dubai. He beat California Chrome in the Pegasus and the Classic. It wasn't the same California Chrome, but, you know, he was an outstanding
Dubai World Cup
racer.
left at the left. And oh, by the way, he had to go beat Gunrunner in the end. Incredible.
Who was pretty good.
Pretty good. Fastest mile and a quarter ever at Saratoga Arrogate. At the gate, Richie. Circling back to Cagliostro, who'll draw from the outside, number 10.
Yeah, a horse that took, commanded a lot of money at the sale, I guess I should say. And being by Upstart, $385,000, not tremendously strong pedigree on the bottom side. So obviously an athlete, David Ingordo, picks out good horses. And I like cleverly named horses. Out of a Rose for Isabel. I'm assuming this horse is named for Alessandro Cagliostro, the Italian explorer.
Well done. See if he finds himself in the winner's circle after this one. Ingordo, who picked out Zenyatta. That one worked out nicely. 2-year-olds in the 6th. John Real standing by. It's post time.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Cagliostro, Champion's Dream from the outside. Now moving on through is a Moe's Treasure. And down at the rail is a Mind Tap. So it is a Moe's Treasure and Champion's Dream. They are heads apart. Mind Tap sits behind in 3rd. Cagliostro is on the outside in 4th. And then it's a break of 3 lengths to Kaon and American Halite. They're right together 5th and 6th. Young Frau is next in 7th. And at the back of the pack are Prairie Dunes and Desert Wolf. And the favorite, Firster, Champion's Dream, now gets away here to lead by 2 lengths through a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds as the field goes around the turn. Cagliostro on the move into 2nd. And down at the rail is a Moe's Treasure, and alongside is a Mind Tap, who has made his way to the outside. The half mile in 45 and 4. They're coming for the top of the stretch. It is Champion's Dream with the lead, then Cagliostro, Mind Tap on the extreme outside, Moe's Treasure down at the rail. They're at the 3/16 pole, and it is Champion's Dream who has built a 4-length lead. Champion's Dream in front here as they move for the 16th pole. Champion's Dream by 4, then Cagliostro and Mind Tap. A late move here from a Young Frau, but no threat to this first-time starter, Champion's Dream, who wins it. Prairie Dunes came up the inside to grab 2nd, photo for 3rd.
Impressive debut by the Triple Crown winner, Justify. Looks nothing like Justify, but he's quick. And he strikes Champion's Dream in the 6th at Saratoga.
And this horse will start making you dream of being a champion. He's by Justify, who's been getting 25% when his first-time starters. That just improved, 30% winners overall. Out of a stakes-winning mare, and he ran to his billing, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look, he was very impressive. And just to be clear, my comment about Danny Gargan taking all this money wasn't meant to be disparaging. I'm just saying that the public, when they see Todd Pletcher and Chad and Mott and all these well-bred horses, they can't help themselves but to bet on those horses.
Course, sure.
And the fact that this horse was bet for a guy who's not known for debuting 6 2-year-old winners in 1 year, or 7 2-year-old winners in 1 year, to take that much money into the teeth of those horses was a sign.
Ran to his works, as Maggie mentioned, covered a lot of ground, and did so quickly. Trained by Danny Gargan, standing by with Maggie, Champion's Dream at 6-5. Maggie.
And Lafitte, Danny, this horse looks like he is the full package, has speed, but can go a bit of a distance as he clicked off some fast fractions for 7 furlongs at first asking.
He's just so naturally talented. I just want to tell Jeff, thank you so much, the owner, for letting us buy this horse, me and Connor Foley. I mean, he's such a nice horse. I'm not a win first time out guy, but he's a really talented horse.
What does that say? As you just self-admittedly said, you're not a win first time out guy. So is it bigger and better from here?
I think he'll move forward a lot off this race. I mean, we were actually thinking we were going to give him one today, but he's just so talented. You know, we never worked him past a half a mile. I didn't want to do too much too early with him, but, you know, he's just one of those horses that can do it himself.
Danny, congratulations. He was very, very impressive.
Oh, thank you so much, guys. I really love him.
He does. He should. And look, guys, those are fast fractions.
Mic cut out. I couldn't hear what Maggie was saying, but you almost heard a sentimental Danny Gargan, Champion's Dream. When you talk about trainers with first-time starters, it's not a matter of in most cases, like, oh, this guy's really good with first-time starters, or this guy can't get a first-time starter to win. So often the case is about trainer intent and what they want from a horse when they first race.
There are some trainers that crank horses up, and you're going to see the best of them early. And there are other trainers that will use races to continually develop a horse and get them to be a better racehorse for a career. And that doesn't mean those people can't win with a first-time starter. It's just they win with a first-time starter when they just have that much natural ability. And Maggie was talking about this horse setting fast fractions. This is a perfect example. It's not how fast you're going. It's how you're going fast, because he was doing it and he didn't look like he was going that fast.
And yet the other thing I think to keep in mind too is people like Danny Gargan don't have as many horses as a Todd or a Chad. Todd and Chad can be a little bit more aggressive when they have a good one to see how good that one might be. They can work them together. And you can take a chance of maybe discouraging one and to find out who the cream of that crop is.
Sure. Guys
like Danny can't really do that. They don't have enough horses. You got a good 2-year-old, you better wrap him in bubble wrap every night and make sure that he can stay around for a long time.
One of the greatest ever, legendary trainer, late great Charlie Whittingham. If he won with a first-time starter as a 2-year-old, that's a Derby horse.
Right.
There were some times where he might win with a first-time starter in a close finish. He would almost be aggravated after the fact. He was that patient. Winning was the last thing on his mind in terms of what was most important in the experience of a horse, a young horse, racing for the first time.
Well, it limits how you can develop a horse. If they win first time out, you got to go immediately against winners. In this day and age with 2-year-olds, it probably means now you got to go right into stakes competition, because they don't run that many allowance races for 2-year-olds anymore, hardly any. So it limits your ability to get a horse really educated, get some kickback in their face, dirt thrown at them, get them banged around a little bit, bumped around, teach them. They got to learn what this game's about.
Several spin-away hopeful runners coming off maiden wins. How about Belmont Prairie Dune completing the exact 33-1 first-time starter? Champion's Dream, the winner. Fastest of all, delivers as the favorite. You're watching Saratoga Live. Much more on this final Saturday of the meet.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the page.
Echo Zulu Parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to our viewers on SNY. Bird's eye view of Saratoga. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Closing week, Fan Appreciation Week, Monster Saturday, the final Saturday of racing of the 154th season at Saratoga. While we only have 3 days left, some of the biggest races remain. They're in the 1863 Club. We are just outside the Paddock. Jonathan Kinchin, Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Today, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Grade 1 event with tons of history and tradition. Richie, why such an important race, the Jockey Club Gold Cup?
Well, a lot because of that history. So many great horses have won it over the years, and at one time, the Jockey Club Gold Cup was the Breeders' Cup Classic. You won that race. That made you the front runner for year-end honors. That being said, this year's edition, a lot of horses are trying to take that next step. There's 2 horses right now on top of the heap. Flightline, who runs later this afternoon in the Pacific Classic, and Life is Good, who won the Whitney earlier in this meet. All of the horses in today's race need to kind of take a step forward to show that they can compete with those 2.
Yeah, look, I think for Olympiad today, it's very important for him to kind of get back into the conversation. He was kind of knocked out of the conversation for a second based on his performance against one of those horses you mentioned, Life is Good. But if Olympiad can show up here today, run well and beat this group at 1.25 miles, because he's answered the distance question, he's suddenly back in the conversation. And the styles of Life is Good and Flightline might make some horse players believe that it could fall right into the lap of Olympiad if he can answer the 1.25 mile question today.
Yeah, the Breeders' Cup Classic, 1.25 miles, as brilliant as Life is Good and Flightline both are, still unproven at 1.25 miles. Maybe that'll change later this evening for the Pacific Classic with Flightline. Here, though, in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Olympiad 2-1 on the morning line. Todd Pletcher has half the field. We have a rider change. Jose Lezcano on Keep Me in Mind. It was going to be ridden by Javier Castellano. Banged up his foot a little bit earlier today in the 3rd race. Jose Lezcano takes over on Keep Me in Mind for trainer Todd Pletcher. And look, times have changed. Horses race a little bit less.
Sure.
More rest is considered to be better. For the winner today, it's a very good chance that's the last time that horse races until the Breeders' Cup Classic. So this could be a final prep for the Classic, Richie.
Yeah, no, it's just such a different dynamic than it used to be. Horses would have prep races within 2 or 3 weeks of their race. Games change. They run less. And, you know, we've got horses, you know, just what you're saying about the 1.25 miles. There's a 3-year-old laying in weight, Epicenter, who we know gets a 1.25 miles very well. And styles make races and make racehorses. Life is Good and Flightline are very naturally fast. They both show up in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Could be a very, very fast pace.
Things really starting to take shape as the summer turns to fall and that road towards the Breeders' Cup Classic. Jockey Club Gold Cup later this evening. 7th race here in about 18 minutes. Horses will be in the paddock very shortly. Current favorite, Elite Power number 5. Take a look at number 9, Morass at 4-1. Jockey Antonio Fresu standing by with Acacia, just his 2nd ride in North America here at Saratoga. Acacia.
Indeed, Lafitte, I'm so happy to have Antonio with us here at Saratoga. And Antonio, you rode in the prior race yesterday with Half is Enough. What can you tell us about your first experience riding at Saratoga?
Well, absolutely a pleasure, you know, to get a mount on Half is Enough yesterday for Michael Trombetta. She ran okay, she ran well to finish 5th, you know, but I was really happy, I really enjoyed it.
You'll be riding Maros in this race coming up, and this is a horse that you had success with over in Dubai. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, it was a decent horse in Dubai. You know, we won a great 3 there, and now he came in the hands of Chad Summer, and he's been doing pretty well in his workouts. So hopefully today he can give us a good shot.
Now, you're a new face for us here in the States, but you're well familiar with American horses, too, having been the regular work rider in Dubai for Hot Rod Charlie, Country Grammar before the Dubai World Cup. What can you tell about American horses and just maybe the racing here in general that you followed?
Well, the racing here is amazing, you know. Is like I say, I'm glad I came over, you know, only for a couple of days, but I was riding out for Dogonil during the winter in Dubai. Hot Rod Charlie was the best horse, and I had a winner for him in Dubai with Notre Dame, and it was absolutely a pleasure to ride for Bob Baffert, Country Grammar. Both horses finished 1st and 2nd in the Dubai World Cup, so you can imagine the feeling in the morning. They were absolutely machines.
Well done you for being a small part of it as well. Best of luck with Maris here. We're so happy to have you at Saratoga.
Thank you very much.
Antonio Fresu, well-spoken, as you can see, Lafitte, and looking forward to seeing his mount in this upcoming race.
Pretty cool for a rider to ride for the very first time in North America, and to do so at Saratoga, and that's his mount. He'll be aboard Miraz in this upcoming 7th race at Saratoga. Contender currently 4-1. We'll see what Antonio Fresu does in his second mount in North America and here at Saratoga. We'll step aside. Paddock report when we come back, getting closer to the main events. Flower Bowl, Jockey Club Gold Cup a little bit later this evening as coverage continues. Final Saturday of the meet from Saratoga.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand-and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had my, you know, basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Hallowed ground. And a great way to introduce someone who's never been around the sport to the sport, that Claiborne Tram Tour. Coverage is always brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Saturday program rolls on. 13 races this afternoon. Horses in the paddock for the 7th, $62,500 allowance optional claimer. 6 furlongs on the main track. And number 5, Elite Power, the current favorite at 7-5. Over to Acacia with this race 7 paddock report.
And we'll start there, Lafitte, with the horse that is taking all the early money, the Curlin colt for Judd Mott and Bill Mott. And this is a horse that is cutting back in distance, which I like. Now, he is a big, solid horse, though he has a little bit of a longer back. He's not the tallest. He's a little bit more of a shorter coupled type of physique. So I do think that the cut back in distance should suit him in this spot. Now, it's interesting. I was looking at his workouts on XVTV because he has raced exclusively at Churchill, so I haven't seen him in the flesh before today. And his work two back you can see online, and he did work in company with multiple Grade 1 winner Channelmaker. Of course, Channelmaker is a turf horse, but I was kind of laughing to myself because it kind of seemed like a workout of the two toughest horses to ride in the barn, perhaps. As we know, Channelmaker keeps his head up very, very high, and I noticed in Elite Powers races that he tends to run with his head cocked to the side, and he does that in the mornings as well. So he was a little bit awkward switching his leads. He just seems like a very tricky horse to ride, and maybe Richie can expound on this, but I had noticed in his last race at Churchill where he had broken on his left lead, and he was a little bit awkward going into the first turn and just kind of getting settled throughout the race. It seems like Joel Rosario, who has incredibly soft hands and has ridden him before, should be the key in trying to get this horse to relax throughout the running of the race, because he clearly does have talent. Now, the number 8, Shadow Matter, is one of 2 for Robertino Diodoro, and he's first off the claim for the barn. He has been gelded, and the blinkers do go on. Several changes for this gelding, but he was the one that just first grabbed my attention in the paddock. His coat is luxurious, rich, hydrated. He looks the picture of health, and he was a horse that was always very attractive, but it seems like with that gelding, he's kind of settled and filled into himself in the right places. He's incredibly strong and well-muscled coming in here a first time for the barn. And we'll see, as he does have to build off of that 4th place finish last time out against a little bit weaker competition. So that's a question, but I like the changes. Pretty big blinkers that go on him in here too. Now, the number 9, Maris, as we just heard from jockey Antonio Fresu, who's well familiar with this horse. I watched his races over in Dubai and some recent workouts from him too, and I noticed that he does have a higher knee action to him. He actually moves more like a turf horse than a dirt horse, but he did win his 2 races on the main track in Dubai, including a Grade 3, and he was hustled out of the gate last time out. He used that early speed, and he was always really going best. So I'm curious to see if he's quick from the outside here. He does look pretty fit coming in off a bit of a freshening, and I like that he has been training here at Saratoga. His last work in a solo work where the rider really had a strong hold on him. We'll see if he shows that same kind of speed here in the U.S. that he did over in Dubai, Lafitte.
Eyes on Miraz right from the start of the race. They all have different mechanics at high knee action. Before the post parade, a reminder, an invitation to join us, NYRABets.com. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. JK, 7th race, what'd you come up with?
Yeah, you know, I like him a Munson on the inside. I mean, I've always liked the horse. Not on the inside. He's drawn in he's the 1A, but he's in the 3 post, drawn towards the inside. But he's just always been such a tenacious horse. He shows up, he fires away from there. And nothing that there's anything wrong with Horatio De Paz. I just am interested to see when he switches to a trainer like Robertino Diodoro, who does move horses up typically when he gets them in his possession. So I just think that he's at least interesting in this spot.
And there he is, like so many at first after the claim, Robertino Diodoro, and a price 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, Robertino Diodoro, when he gets horses to start in his barn, they're 19% in his career. They run well. He hasn't had the greatest meet, but I still think this horse could run well.
Higher standard for Mr. 4,000, Tom Amoss.
Yeah, ran on well last time after not getting away as cleanly as maybe you'd like. If he breaks a little cleaner, maybe he can get better position.
Foolish goes first after the claim, Rudy Rodriguez.
This horse has a ton of speed. He won last time. We'll see if Rudy can get it going here. He's had, obviously, we've talked about it quite often, he's had a pretty chilly meet to his standards.
Cost bias first after the claim, George Weaver.
Yeah, a horse that was big favorite last time was claimed for $50,000. Has to move up in a little bit in company, but that was kind of a disappointing effort last time.
Elite Power, world-class connections, the favorite.
This horse has had some serious workmates as of late. Obligatory, Channel Maker.
Man. Pain, Pictured, Nomad, been everywhere.
Yeah, this horse has races in his past, but they were pretty long time ago. That would make him competitive here, more of a closing type.
Hoist the Gold, doesn't have to chase Gunite today.
Little class relief.
A little bit.
Little class relief. Gets Lasix for the first time in the last 3 starts.
Robertino Diodoro with 2 first after the claim. Shadow Matter.
Yeah, another one and adds blinkers, comes back as a gelding, got the complete makeover for the first start for Diodoro.
Number 9, Maras, and welcome to Saratoga, Antonio Fresu.
Yeah, I mean, they're betting this horse for a trainer who's 0 for 6 for the meet, who's only 8% for the year, with a jockey that most people that are here at Saratoga today have not heard of. I think that the money that's coming in on this horse is probably an indication of this one's ability.
Field for the 7th. 4 minutes out. $62,500 allowance optional claiming sprint. Another look at the favorite, Joel Rosario. Elite Power, Richie. What did he show you in his latest easy victory at Churchill Downs?
Yeah, he's been very good. Both of those efforts, though, coming at 7 furlongs and then a mile. And you could see that he's a horse that kind of seems like he needs to get his stride sorted out, that he needs that extra ground to find his rhythm. He was trying to lug in a little bit. Jimmy Graham aboard this day, keeping him straight, keeping him to his task. Keisha talked about him breaking into his left lead. You know, to me, that makes him vulnerable going 6 furlongs. That the fact that appears to me he needs to sort himself out early in a race, and he's been more effective when they stretched him out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. He ran fast 2 times back, and there's been 4 winners out of that race, so it's a very productive one for sure.
But if he's vulnerable at 7-5, opens the door for another, maybe, just maybe, Hoist the Gold, pictured at 13-1, trained by Dallas Stewart, standing by with Acacia.
And always a pleasure to catch up with Dallas Stewart as Dallas Hoist the Gold does get some class relief coming out of the Grade 2 Amsterdam. What can you tell us about him coming out of that tough company?
Yeah, look, he's a nice colt. He ran real well at Churchill, just got beat a little bit to Gunnet, and didn't have a great race in Amsterdam, but he's come back, he's trained well. So we're in here, some very nice hard-knocking horses, so he's got to bring his game.
He ran so well, too, back in the Max Field. Which version of him do you think we'll see? Can he run back to that effort?
Well, I hope so. I hope he likes the track. He's had a couple of workouts since the Amsterdam. He's been consistent in his workouts, so he's healthy. We'll see how it goes.
Now you're running Chess Chief later in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and we know that you are no stranger to taking a shot, and maybe fully some big upsets as well. What can you tell us about that horse?
Hey, look, it's a great lineup. We've got a prep over the track. Last year we didn't have a prep. We've had a prep, a couple of good works. He's a very nice horse, so we give him the opportunity. It's $1 million Grade 1 at Saratoga, and we're here.
We can't wait to see him. Thanks as always, Dallas.
Thank you, Acacia. Thank you so much.
Dallas Stewart has a nice horse here and one later at Lafitte. Don't miss out on looking for Dallas at some big prices to potentially hit the board.
It's a rule. You just don't dismiss Dallas. He has like a lifetime exemption from anyone ever telling him, hey, man, what are you doing in this race? This horse can't. When you run second in the Derby with Commanding Curve, Golden Soul, 30-some-odd to 1, whatever they were, biggest upset in the history of the Kentucky Oaks Lemons forever.
Yeah.
Don't dismiss Dallas.
No, and I think part of that is he is really good at pointing a horse for a particular spot and having them the best they can be that day. I have an affection for Dallas. He was my valet in New Orleans. I remember when he was galloping winning colors.
I think that's the coolest part, the gallop winning colors.
Yeah, for Wayne Lucas, and worked his way into being the assistant and eventually going out on his own. Another one of the alumni from the Wayne Lucas School of Horse Training.
Tree.
Yeah.
It's like the Bill Parcells coaching tree. Chess Chief in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. JK, your top selection. How surprised are you that you're getting 8-1 here?
Well, Diodoro's only 1 for 11 at the meet, so I think that probably has a little bit to do with it. And there's there's also some attractive kind of shiny new toys in this race, right? With the horse shipping in from overseas towards the outside of the 9, and then also the 5 Elite Power. When you have horses like that are in the mix, they'll often take money, and you can sometimes find some nice prices on some horses that make a ton of sense. Wow, the Buglers are playing the Game of Thrones theme song. Sorry.
They are working. They don't want to go through all their best material. 13 races. Like the pick 6 starts in the 8th. Pick 6 starts race 8. And Richie, your top selection here, 7-2.
Yeah, listen, there's questions here. This horse hasn't run since February, but he's 2 for 2 on fast dirt. He carried 137 and 130 pounds over here. You might think 123 pounds is, pretty light. He does have some good works here. Again, the question is the layoff. But how do I not pick the Italian jockey? Antonio Fresu, come on.
Paisan.
He's a Paisan. I mean, I
Not from Brooklyn.
No, it was all kinds of Paisans.
And good rider. He's put up some good numbers in Dubai. And just a cool moment for him, a cool story, and just his second ride here in North America. And again, his introduction to actual race riding in the States, to do so at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to top, though. I mean, they maybe should have brought him into like Aqueduct in February and say, now you build from here. But that being said, I just thought the horses, the time form ratings were strong. He's dropping weight off of 2 big wins. The layoff's the big question, but he's got some solid works, and he's got an outside post which allows him the luxury of getting into the race the right way. I'm not convinced that your favorite wants 6 furlongs. Maybe he's just better, Elite Power. But from what I saw, he might get a little bit rattled.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you because Acacia mentioned in the paddock that Elite Power might be tricky to ride. What's like the last thing you would want to hear from a trainer that says, hey, I want you to ride this horse, but he or she does fill in the blank?
Well, the habits would be, this horse lugs in badly, or this horse lugs out badly.
My father would say the same thing.
I mean, it just makes them difficult to ride. And if you're in a tight spot and the horse is not steering well, you don't have power steering, that's when you get in real trouble in races. The worst thing I wanted to hear, though, was warm this horse up really well. He doesn't move that good, but he'll get better. That's
Promise? You sure about that? Even money, Elite Power. Filing into the gate. Jockey Club Gold Cup Saturday. Just the second time at Saratoga later this evening. First things first, this 7th race, Elite Power. World-class connections. Bill Mott has Warlike Goddess, the odds-on favorite in the Flower Bowl. Olympiad, 2-1 morning line favorite in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Elite Power here, Richie, and trying to coax a 13-1 shot forward. Number 3, Foolish Ghost, and Kendrick Carmouche is in. We're ready for a start. John Ambriel standing by.
Waiting now for Cost Basis, Hoist the Gold, and Miras. They're all in line. And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 2, Higher Standard, and also for number 8, Shadow Matter. It is Foolish Ghost, who is out for the lead, quickly joined on the outside by Miras, and Miras takes the lead, with Foolish Ghost now back running in second. And then it's a break of a couple of lengths. On the outside is Hoist the Gold, who's racing in third. Cost Basis is alongside in fourth. Amundsen in the white blinkers, dropping back down at the rail there in fifth after the slow start. Higher Standard now moves up. Then it's the favorite, Elite Power. Big break back to the trailers, and they are Payne along with Shadow Matter. The quarter went in 22 seconds as Miras takes the field to the head of the stretch. Challenged on the outside by Foolish Ghost. Then comes Hoist the Gold next in third. And Elite Powers on the far outside. Cost basis, higher standard down at the rail. They are catching up on Miras. Elite Power is kicking in here on the far outside as they head for the 16th pole. Here is Elite Power. Elite Power coming from well off the pace and is really rolling here through the stretch. Elite Power won by 4. Hoist the Gold was second. Miras faded to third.
Like a freight train in the stretch. Joel Rosario covered in dirt. Juddmonte, Billmont, Elite Power, much the best in the 7th at the Spa.
Powerful performance. It did take him a little while to sort things out and find his best stride. When Joel tipped him to the clear, he got over his right lead. You picked him up coming off the quarter pole, Jonathan. You said, man, he is running.
Yeah, he was kind of goofy too. He was, he was looking at the stands. Yes, there's a lot of people over there, but you see him right here. He's still pretty green for a 4-year-old, but this is impressive. It was a powerful performance. We'll see what the speed figure comes back, but I would think the next logical step here would be a stakes.
He leveled off nicely when he got to his right lead. I think a lot of the function of him turning his head out like that was that he's on his inside lead and all his body weight is leaning in that direction. You saw Joel go to a left-handed crop, and he naturally stepped away from it onto his right lead, and that's when his head straightened out and his stride really got efficient.
See who ran second? See who ran second? Hoist the Gold, Dallas Stewart, 15-1 if you need him. 15-1.
High speed from the 9, Maras, who'd get tired, hung in there okay to finish third. But, man, this is a special talent right here with Elite Power.
I mean, J.K., if he can ever put it all together, the physical attributes, the God-given talent, but mentally really put it all together and figure out what it is to be a thoroughly professional racehorse.
I mean, he's trying to, right?
And if there's anybody who can figure it out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's trying to. Elite Power. He ran once as he ran twice as a 3-year-old late in his year, and now he's kind of on a consistent run. May, June. He's back here. If he can stay healthy and stay on the racetrack, he could be tough.
Impressive. Even money. Joel Rosario, 5-7-9-2. That's going to wrap. We only did 7 races today? Thought we were on for all 13. No? Just 7, that's it?
It's a long day. I don't know if it's had to deal with you or if it was...
Probably me, right?
Probably that's part of it. Who wins the Jockey Club Gold Cup?
Oh, I'm going to go with Dynamic 1, but I think Keep Me in Mind is very interesting.
Richie?
That's why I like Keep Me in Mind. Came off a big, long layoff, and the track was very tiring. His 3-year-old numbers are right there in the frame if he can just take a little step forward.
Don't tell anyone. Flower Bowl. Warlike Goddess. Don't tell anyone. I want to get a good price.
Trying to smoke out a long shot in the next graded stakes race here at Saratoga. American Revolution for me. Either way, it works out for Todd Pletcher. We'll see what Olympiad does, how he responds after the Whitney. And the fans here, Fan Appreciation Week, final Saturday at the meet. It's been a blast for Jonathan Kinchin, Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pincay, Acacia Clement, Greg Wolf, and the rest of the crew. Coming up next as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
how do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us. As race 7 is in the books, and I went to Elite Power, trained by Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who joins me now. And Bill, Elite Power, he seems like he's not necessarily the easiest horse to ride, but boy, does he have a lot of talent.
Right, he does. I mean, when he started running and they asked him to run, he started laying, and as he was going by horses, he wants to stay with them and lay on them a little bit. So, he had to have his head cocked a little bit, but fortunately he didn't bother anybody when he was coming by, and once he got past him, he straightened up and he won very well.
Joel Rosario has such soft hands. Do you think that he fits a horse like this that's maybe a little quirky well?
He does. He fits a lot of horses. I mean, I think he adapts to whatever the style the horse needs, and, he's a very well-rounded rider and a very, very powerful rider in the stretch.
Now, you could both have a big day coming up a little bit later on the Flower Bowl. You have Warlike Goddess. How has she done coming out of that impressive win last time out?
She's been very good. We've been happy with her training in the morning. I mean, she seems happy. She's eating well, and I think that, we're going to have to, battle probably a slow pace. I don't see a lot of pace in the race, so we'll just have to see what happens. We'll have to leave that up to Joel. Once again, he'll have to deal with that once they open the starting gate.
And of course, in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, you'll be sending out Olympiad. Can you give any reasoning for what we saw from him last time in the Whitney?
The only thing that I can come up with is a very hot, humid day, and he seemed a little bit quiet in the paddock. I mean, seemed okay, but maybe you want horses to behave well, but he was maybe just a touch quiet, and maybe the heat did bother him just a little bit that day. It was probably the hottest day that we've had here all meet, as I remember it anyway, and he seems like he's bounced back. He's been training well, and we'll just have to put him on the racetrack and open the gates and see what happens.
Well, we can't wait to see him. Best of luck later, Bill. Congratulations here.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Mott with a win with Elite Power, but he could potentially have an elite day coming up as we welcome in the new crew to the set, Greg Wolf and the rest of the team. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Acacia. Good to be with you on Jockey Club Gold Cup Day. Flower Bowl as well with Warlike Goddess for Bill Mott. I'm going to bring in my partners here in just a moment. I'm going to be saying goodbye just temporarily to those watching on FS2 for a little college football, but we'll have you back later on in the afternoon. Regional networks across the country staying with us as we get set for the start of the Pick 6 coming up. Take a look at today's action. Remaining on the card, Pick 6 up in about 24 minutes. This presented by Claiborne Farm. So race 8, maiden group, will kick it off at 7/8 of a mile. That late Pick 5 beginning in race number 9, and included in that, of course, Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup and Warlike Goddess in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl with me, Hall of Fame rider Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the sport, Mr. 4,000 and counting, Tom Amos. Good to see you guys. And this Jockey Club Gold Cup for Olympiad, trained by Bill Mott. Important race for him. He had seemed like he was one of the best in the division. He drilled off 5 in a row, undefeated around 2 turns until the Whitney.
Yeah, and listen, just listening to that interview with Bill Mott, one of the greatest of all time, I like Olympiad. If the real Olympiad shows up, then he won't get beat today.
We've got a piece of equipment with Gary. We'll get that sorted out in a minute. Tom, Olympiad, how important is this for him? Do you believe he is a 1.25 mile horse?
I think the real Olympiad is. And when you look at his races leading into today's Jockey Club Gold Cup, they've all been spectacular except his last. And you listen to Bill Mott speak, he doesn't have a good reason for it, but we have an expression in the barn area as trainers that when a horse doesn't run well and it's something that's just totally out of character, we call it too bad to believe. And we typically throw those races out. We train our horse. If the horse trains as he's supposed to or she's supposed to, we put him back in the entry box, and we put him back in the entry box with confidence. I think Bill Mott goes in with confidence with Olympiad today.
He is the morning line favorite for this race, and even if he had fired and run his race in the Whitney, the distance of 1.25 miles still a question for him, as it is for a lot of these in here. Although Dynamic One just outdueled First Captain to a win at 1.25 miles in that thrilling stretch stool in the Suburban. Let's go Paddock side for more on our Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup to Andy Serling and Paul Duca.
I got to tell you, I'm a little worried, Paul. The first thing I heard Tom Amoss say was too bad to be believed. This is going to be a fun show. It's good to be here with you today. I'm looking forward to the Gold Cup. I think it's going to be the coming out party for American Revolution. That's my position, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I can't argue with you. It's a horse that does like the racetrack, does have the win over it, and it was a nice win, and comes in here fresh for Todd Pletcher. It was second behind Olympiad in the Stephen Foster. You can argue maybe Olympiad likes Churchill Downs a lot better than he likes other tracks. So, tactability, big-time shot here with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I think this is going to be his coming-out party, but it's a really fun race. I mean, obviously, you've got a big Todd Pletcher factor with 4 horses, and I think Keep Me in Mind is a long shot that's going to make his presence felt one way or another. But looking forward to the Gold Cup. Obviously feels like the Flower Bowl is somewhat of fait accompli, but it doesn't always work out that way regardless. Great to be here. Great to be with you. Great crowd. We just set a record for, we went over last year's handle numbers. Yes, so thank you to everybody out there for making it possible for jerks like Paul and I to have a job. And even Tom Amoss, too.
Full of compliments today.
That's our guy.
We thank everybody for watching all season long with us and playing, of course, making another tremendous season possible here at Saratoga. You can get signed up if you've not already done so at Naira Bets. That's a code to use, TOGA200. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. The offer at NairaBets.com or on the app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The Pick Six going to begin with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief, some intriguing first-time starters in this race. Notably down on the inside in the 1 and 2, who we'll talk more about in a moment. And then you have Krupe, who is making start number 2 for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Hit the gate in the debut. Started to make up a ton of ground late. Pletcher on a roll. He's had 11 wins over the last 8 days coming into this afternoon. Already with a winner on the card with Annapolis. So make it 12 wins the last 9 days and counting, and still going strong. We'll be back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Located at the Oklahoma training track, the Whitney Viewing Stand provides a picturesque view of morning workouts. Modeled after the 1892 Judges Stand at Saratoga Racecourse, the Whitney Viewing Stand opened in 2013 to honor the racetrack's 150th anniversary and the Whitney family. The Whitneys have been intimately involved with the track for more than a century, and their contributions to the facility and community remain evident today. Mary Lou Whitney, considered by many to be the Grand Dame of Saratoga or Queen of Saratoga, was present for the stand's public debut. Mary Lou bred and raced 2003 Kentucky Oaks winner Birdtown. She's the only woman to have done so and was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame as a pillar of the turf in 2019. The scenery from the Whitney Viewing Stand is a true testament to Mary Lou and her family's devotion to the sport's most iconic racetrack.
Mary Lou Whitney, so important to this racetrack, this town. She'll be remembered forever with what she has done here, saving this racetrack and that Whitney Viewing Stand. Tremendous spot to catch those morning workouts. Getting set for the Pick Six coming up with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And here's one of a couple with some interesting works in the morning. This is a debuter, son of Gervin for Joe Sharp. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for a paddock report.
And here in the paddock for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, we'll take a look at some first-time starters, and actually beginning with one that I wasn't necessarily expecting to take that much money, but he does have a precocious type of pedigree, and he looks that way too. And that's number 2, Brighter Days Ahead. Forward trainer Joe Sharp. Gervin has gotten off to a great start at stud. He's hitting at 7 for 21 with his 2-year-old first-time starters, primarily all of them running on the dirt in dirt sprints. And this guy is out of a dam who did win first time out as a 2-year-old, but it's a kind of a minor pedigree when you look at some of the other ones in here. She was a Texas bred, you know, it's a Texas bred line on the bottom. But like I said, it's a precocious pedigree. He looks quick in here, but debuting at 7 furlongs first time out, I'm not so sure. As we move on with number 4, W. Nell, Danny Gargan looking to capture yet another edition of this race. We've had 3 on the card, these 2-year-old 7 furlong dirt races, and I like what I'm seeing from W. Nell. Son of Good Magic, another one that's gotten off to a great start at stud. 6 for 28. The Dam, a multiple graded stakes winner on the dirt and synthetic sprinting, is a half to almost famous, as well as Cazadero, and another foal too, all of which won first time out as 2-year-olds. This is a nice pedigree. This is a nice horse. And Danny mentioned it in the interview too, that he liked this horse, and maybe not quite as good as Champion's Dream, but W now comes in here looking the part. Fit, well-muscled, ready to go. If you go back a ways on XPTV, August 5th, that workout, albeit on the slower side, was with Tax, who's a multiple graded stakes winning older horse who we'll see later on in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and this horse held his own quite nicely. 7 furlongs is the right distance to start at too. Number 8 is Juan Valdez. I guess people like some coffee around here, as this guy worked 10 flat at the Fasig-Tipton Gulfstream sale. So they paid $900,000 for this son of Medaglia d'Oro. Also, not to fail to mention, he's a half to Constitution, who is a very, very good sire, a very good racehorse on the track, as well as half to Jacaranda, who won a grade 3 as a 2-year-old. And Juan Valdez has been impressive in the mornings. He just is a horse that moves and looks like he's going slower than he actually is. And boy, is he just a really physically mature type, and just walks around here like with some swagger, you know, overstrides well. And it's evident in his walk that he's a horse that just covers a lot of ground effortlessly. And I like what I'm seeing from this Shug McGahee trainee. Maybe from the fitness perspective, he'll need a start, but still, I do believe there's talent in there, and a horse that will evidently want to run longer than 7 furlongs, but this is the right place to start, as number 9 is Fantastic. Another one they paid $550 for after working at 21-2 at the Fasig Timonium sale. Just has a really nice stride to him. He kind of runs downhill and attacks the ground and really throws his legs out in front of him, which I appreciate a lot. And a horse that did come in with some hives. Now, people have many different theories on this. Sometimes it's a negative. Other times it's a positive because it kind of releases endorphins, which actually get a horse feeling a little bit better. But he's a big, long, scopy type of animal that has been very mature here for trainer Todd Pletcher and looks as though he's ready to rock and roll. I also, like I mentioned, like his workouts coming in here as we head across the paddock. What's up, guys?
Hey, Mag. Paul and I have a disagreement here. Paul likes the favorite Croupi. I do not like Croupi, but you can give the positives, and I'll do my parade rating.
Yeah, when you look, it's one of those races that can confuse you, right? This is a horse that's just flat-footed in the gate. Now, you can fall for these type of horses. These horses that get left and make this big old move and close, and then you're thinking, okay, next time they're going to come out of the gate and run a lot better. So this could be a sucker horse. But I thought the horse, you know, kept on persisting, and with a better break, maybe loading last will help today.
Yeah, for me, horses that make big runs like this always capture people's eyes, and I find they're frequently overbet in their comeback races. And maybe this is a bad way to look at it, but this horse was in an entry that was under 2-1. But this was not the one they were betting. The other one was supposed to be the good one. Now listen, name for Jimmy Croupi, had a great relationship with Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, so there's a lot of history there with this horse. I just feel like this horse could be a bit of fool's gold. Now, the horse that I picked second, but I feel like I should have picked on top, was Rocket Can. Because Rocket Can took some money behind that entry, and even though he lost to his stablemate, the 3 Arthur's Ride in this race, I thought this horse was one of those horses, Paul, that didn't break that sharply, and he made a big middle move before flattening out. And sometimes those are the kind of horses that just needed their first start, and they run a lot better second time out, which is somewhat of an MO for trainer Bill Mott.
Yeah, that is an MO for Bill, and his horses have been firing this whole meet. He's having a phenomenal meet, and I do think the 6 and the 10 do have an advantage that they debuted at 7 furlongs, along with the 3 Arthur's Ride. The 3 horses are kind of betting here. I know they're betting the 8 Juan Valdez, the first-time starter, but Rocket Can, I'm kind of with you. The 6 and the 10 both did not break well in their debuts. If they break better today, what's going to be the result?
We'll see how it plays out. I think the 8's who I picked on top, and I hate guessing with firsters. This one, as Maggie said, a big pedigree. Jacaranda, besides Constitution, she won the Tempted in her second start for breaking her maiden at Belmont. Big workout. Not taking a lot of money, though, for a West Point firster, huh? Are they all just waiting for Flightline as they laying in wait for the big horse today?
Maybe that's going to happen, but maybe the hunch play is instant coffee to Juan Valdez.
Ooh, I like that. I like that, Greg.
Stranger things have happened. You can pick winners any kind of way in this sport. And West Point, by the way, man, they mentioned Flightline, of course, riding out on the West Coast. They got first captain in as well in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Biggest day, Terry Finley has said, for that group they have had in their history. They just recently eclipsed 1,000 victories as an ownership group. Welcome to those rejoining us on FS2. Good to have you back for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Going 7/8 of a mile in this maiden special weight. Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Amos here on the track side set. And it's Croupi, one of a few with experience in this race for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Hit the gate in that debut, guys. Wasn't handling the track, it didn't seem like at all. He was lost contact with the field. He made up a ton of ground late. He's the favorite.
He's the favorite, and he has a race experience. He's on the outside in the 10-hole today. You know, the question on Croupi is, was the race impressive, or was he just picking up horses at the end? Here's a hunch, okay? I'm sure this horse is named after J.J. Croupi, who broke a lot of the horses for Todd Pletcher. You don't just name any horse Croupi. They must have loved this horse. So, okay, I'll throw out that race, and I'll give him a shot. I mean, when you deal with Always Dreaming, Uncle Mo, Liam's Map, and others, you're a good horseman, and he was a fabulous horseman.
Here's instant coffee for Brad Cox with Dylan Davis.
Brad Cox first are not taking a lot of money, though we saw one at a big price earlier today run a good second.
Brighter days ahead. The two been giving Tax some trouble in the mornings and some workouts.
Listen, these Gervins, the sire, they've been running these Florida breds.
Arthur's Ride 3-1. He showed speed in that debut.
See, to me, even though he lost by a nose to Krupe, he ran a much better race because he's the one that did dirty work in the race.
W now 12-1, excuse me, for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, Danny Gargan rolled out a nice Colton Champion Dream a little earlier in the card. He has this one by Good Magic.
Rocket Can 8-1, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, he got left in the gate last time out. And you got to decide for who had a better race, the 6 or the 10 last time.
Second start for the long shot here from Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, this horse ran a restricted maiden race first time out, a very unlikely winner.
Juan Valdez, the big pedigree, debuts for Shug McGahee.
Yeah, $900,000 purchase in May. Been working well here for Shug. He doesn't take a lot of money a lot of times first time out, so this horse is live.
And the stablemates for Todd Pletcher. Here's Fantasist.
Yeah, they spent a lot of money for this horse. I don't see where the big pedigree is. Not taking much money first time out.
By the Derby winner, Always Dreaming. And then Krupe hit the gate in that debut, was dead last, and nearly got second.
And now you get Irad Ortiz aboard. Luis Saez was aboard that day. And the only worry you have now is, like, you know, Gary always says, now second time out, had issues at the gate. Now are we going to break outwards towards space? That's the worry you have with the favorite here.
I'm going to tell you, like, I don't think the 10 really had any trouble at the start last time. I thought, if anything, he sort of kissed it. I thought that was an overrated comment in the chart, but that's just my opinion.
I thought he hit the gate pretty good, but different strokes, different folks, the way you look at it. Certainly lost contact with that field early on. We'll see how he fares here second time out.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot today. If you take the winner out, the winner of that race, Disarm, Son of Gun Runner, the word was out on him. He won the race by 6.5 lengths and 6 1/4 lengths. Arthur's Ride, he was laying right up there, setting the pace early on. Was leaning in a little bit. Ran a good race. He should improve for Billy Mott. And the 6-horse, Rocket Can, I loved his move around the turn. It was sort of a early move, but it was an eye-catching move going around the turn. Then he flattened out a little bit. Expect him to improve dramatically today, but my pick's Krupe in here.
Let's get back to one of the first-time starters, Juan Valdez, and there he is for Shug McGahee. Talked about the bloodlines with this horse. Constitution in there, who was pretty special in his career, Tom.
Oh, yeah. I mean, made over $1 million. By the way, Constitution won first time out, going 7/8 of a mile, today's distance that we have in this maiden race. But, yeah, Constitution, that's big league. Isn't it interesting how racing works? You pay $900,000 for this horse, and you debut him, and what are you, 4th choice, 5th choice in the field? You know, racing is an interesting game.
And obviously he's been an incredible hit at stud, Constitution. Look at the runners he's produced. Travers and Belmont winner, Tis the Law. American Revolution, we'll see later in the card, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Grade 1 winner is a 3-year-old. We the People, Glass Ceiling, among others. What about, though, and both of you can speak to this, horses going 7/8 of a mile. Do you prefer to have a race under your belt? Or how does it shape up for a first-time starter?
It takes a very special horse at any age, whether they're coming off of a layoff, first-time starter. If they win first time out going 7/8 of a mile, they're usually a pretty special horse. And obviously, them picking this spot, I mean, the top trainers that I rode for, they were very, very confident, probably thinking that they're 2-turn type horses, but this is their assist for stretching out to go around a ground later on. It's a perfect spot to start these kind of horses that have classic type potential.
I need to correct myself. It's a half brother to Juan Valdez that won first time out going 7/8 of a mile.
3 minutes away from the start of our Pick 6 pool at $364,000 and growing. Let's go back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at some of the horses that have experience, and obviously Krupe, you're taking the worst of it with the price again. But a horse that just looked weak, unfurnished in his debut, and a bit green. And as I always say, I always take it as a negative when Todd Pletcher debuts his horses in blinkers. And he showed it on the racetrack, but he came running, as people are taking a look at it. I remember a lot of people tweeting with the little eyeballs on Twitter at Crouppy. But I think it's interesting, too. Yes, this horse named for J.J. Crouppy. They actually, Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, had another horse several years ago that was training named Crouppy, but never made it to the races. So this one got to don the Crouppy name. He's so much stronger out of that race. I mean, it is apparent on the racetrack and back in the paddock. He's much more professional. We'll see if he can bring it to the track. 8-5, short price to take. I'm interested in the other horse coming out of that race, number 6, Rocket Can. Another one that was a bit green in that debut, a bit green pre-race too. Today, mentally, physically, warmed up beautifully here for Junior Alvarado. I think this is the time that you want this guy. And I was kind of hedging. I was between him and the first-time starting number 4, W. Nell. I thought of the first-time starters, he looked the most fit and warmed up beautifully. Danny Gargan looking for another impressive 2-year-old winner today. But ultimately went with the horse that has experience. Another first-time starter I want to mention, number 1, Instant Coffee. 2 works back, that 47-2, was working on the outside of an impressive debut winner, Verifying. He was niggled at a bit at the end of that work, but still held his own quite nicely against Verifying, who looks to be a very promising horse for Brad Cox and his team. This guy a little bit on the smaller side, not too bad, but the second dam going back a generation was a stakes winner at 2. He's nicely put together, doesn't possess that size, and looks fairly fit in here. So, as Andy said, we saw Brad Cox trainee run big in the first edition of this race at big price of 16-1 earlier, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8-5 now. Solid favoritism on Crouppy, who was a former trainer for a long time. That's why they actually did name this horse after him, because Connections thought he was so good. He broke a lot of very good 2-year-olds for, among others, Vinny Viola for St. Elias Stable. Passed away just a couple of years ago. There he is. Tom, how does he look to you on the track?
He looks good. I mean, what you want is alertness from a horse, and you're always paying attention to a horse's ears before a race. You want them doing something, moving back and forth, checking out everything around them, but you don't want a horse that's overly on his toes in the post parade. You know, you want some energy. You want a horse to have that walk and have those ears moving back and forth, but you don't want them to be so keyed up that maybe it costs them when they get in the gate and they're demanded to stand still, Gary.
When Maggie was doing her piece right there, I was watching the warm-up, and I just told Greg while we were off camera, I said Irad's warming this colt up Crouppy like Johnny Velasquez warmed up Malathat last year, tapping him on the shoulder. He was by himself away from the pony, giving him a good jog, just very alert, moving forward. He kept just giving him a little pop, making sure that he was focused on what he's got to do. So look for him to lay quite a bit closer today early on than what he did last time.
See if he could break cleaner again. Hit that gate a little bit now. He's got no one to his outside, and sometimes that can be problematic too.
Usually the first time they run, if they're on the outside post, they will break away from the field. But a first race is a great learning experience for a horse, and I wouldn't look for that to necessarily happen here. I think he'll be much more professional out of the gate in terms of breaking straight and not shying away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, look, Todd Pletcher, his horses, I mean, they run good first time out, but they really improve second time out. He hits with 25% with second time starters. So that first race, got a good education. But the same can be said for the 3-horse Arthur's Ride and Rocket Can.
And, back to the 3 Arthur's Ride, who was in that race with him. And as Andy mentioned, and it's true, he did the dirty work early in that race, battled with another horse, and then Crouppy picked up pieces late, but he blew, even though Crouppy blew by him at the wire, Arthur's Ride had done a lot of work to that point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're a firster, you're setting a pace in a race and you get a little tired, that's still encouraging. You're showing that you have some talent there. I mean, Arthur's Ride, the 3-horse, that pedigree slants hard to turf, but that was a good dirt race.
7-2 on that second time starter, Arthur's Ride, on a fantastic Saturday afternoon, the final Saturday of this meet here at Saratoga Springs, and fans showing up to enjoy the action with the Jockey Club Gold Cup to come. Flower Bowl with Warlike Goddess, and perfect weather cooled down some. Great time to be here in upstate New York. Pick 6 starts with this 2-year-old maiden race. It's 7/8 of a mile as they begin to load up. 3 Arthur's Ride steps in for Bill Mott, still with Olympiad to come later, and Warlike Goddess for that matter. Good luck at the pick 6. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Krupe from the extreme outside. And now moving on through is a Brighter Days Ahead. Brighter Days Ahead grabs the lead. Rocket Can is on the move on the outside. WNL is right there, along with the gray Arthur's Ride. And on the far outside is a Fantasist. Instant Coffee is next, followed by Surus, then Juan Valdez. And after braking well, Krupe is now the trailer after a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. It is Brighter Days Ahead in front by 2. Arthur's Ride in pursuit in second. It is Brighter Days Ahead taking the field into the far turn with Arthur's Ride racing in second. And then comes WNL next in third. On the inside is Instant Coffee in fourth and moving up. And then comes Juan Valdez, followed by Rocket Can. Krupe has now advanced into seventh, but still with a lot to do as the field heads for home after a half in 45 and 3. Brighter Days Ahead is the leader here, with Instant Coffee gaining ground down at the rail. Arthur's Ride is right there on the outside. 3 of them across the track as they pass the furlong marker. Here comes Arthur's Ride. Here comes Instant Coffee. Instant Coffee and Arthur's Ride. Arthur's Ride lugging in there in the stretch. Instant Coffee is the winner first time out at odds of 14-1 as we begin the pick 6.
First time starter, Instant Coffee, trained by Brad Cox. Dylan Davis aboard. We'll get to the favorite in a moment. Another poor break from Krupe, but this horse out-battles the horse with experience to the finish.
Yeah, ran a great race for a first-time starter, breaking from that one hole. And Paulie's Hunchback, Instant Coffee. You said that you can pick them anyway. And there you go. Let's take a look at the break here. The 10-horse Krupe is going to stumble, break out. He breaks out slightly and he stumbles. The third jump out of there. And I know it doesn't look like a lot, but that move like that takes a lot out of a horse to get back on their feet. He was being used hard to get back into position and just failed to show up after that incident.
You're watching those horses finish up right now. Arthur's Ride with Joel Rosario. He's going to move this horse over to the winner, the one horse, Instant Coffee, in hopes that he can get Arthur's Ride to get on track. But he is also laying in on that horse, the one horse. And Joel had to kind of quit riding him for a moment. Could have made all the difference.
Yeah, the trouble line on Arthur's Ride last time, it says between turn and lugged in. Final 16th, and he did it again. Yeah. I don't know if he's shying away from the grandstand. You can see his head. I saw his head cocked out when he was coming through the stretch. Joel had gone left-handed on him, but yeah, he was leaning in again.
14-1 start to our pick 6. Second dam of this runner was a stakes winner at 7 furlongs. This one wins first time out, guys, at 7/8.
It's a fascinating circumstance on today's card, something that I've never seen before. We have 3 divisions of this 2-year-old race at 7 furlongs. Now, This is the 3rd division. This race, Paul, went almost 3/4 of a second faster than both divisions. This was a significantly better race than the other ones we've seen. Not only did Instant Coffee run extremely well in his debut, but Arthur's Hope ran very well to lose his second start. They're nice horses. Krupe will go down and continue to burn money. Horses that have no speed like that are tough plays at short prices.
He's just unlucky, broke to open space, and Dylan Davis did a great job. And these Sons of Botioro are just coming out firing. He's just been phenomenal with his first-time starters. This horse has pedigree on the bottom. It got away at 14-1 because there was some horses in here that have ran some good races, and that's sort of been the recipe here. If you had a race over the racetrack, you've been tough. The 3 and the 10 did, but Instant Coffee got the money.
And I'll tell you something. Al Gold, who owns Gold Square Stable, has Cyberknife, who finished second for Brad Cox and Art Travers. He's got another horse that after this, considering how fast this race was and winning first time out at 7, has to be thinking Breeders' Cup Juvenile, whether we see him at Belmont in the Champagne or they try Keeneland where the Breeders' Cup is for the Breeders' Futurity. This is a horse, Instant Coffee, you're very likely to hear more about going forward.
Impressive to do that first time out at a tough distance to win in your debut and doing it from the rail at 7/8 of a mile here. Instant Coffee, instant winner at a price at 14-1. Dylan Davis for the Cox Barn and Al Gold, Gold Square. We're underway in the pick 6. Late pick 5 begins when we come back.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Come down to the line. Tyler's Tribe remains undefeated.
But it is sharp as a tack. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
And it's all Tyler's Tribe to the final furlong. He's putting on another show tonight. He is 8 lengths in front. Now it's 10. Now it's 12.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on the final Saturday of this iconic meet at Saratoga Race Course. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Underway in the pick 6 with an upset, 14-1. Instant Coffee, first time out winner for trainer Brad Cox, 2-time reigning Eclipse award-winning trainer. Dylan Davis aboard for the victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dylan Davis to victory. Tried to get Al Gold, but he said he had a wedding to go to. I guess something less important. I'm just kidding. But Dylan, this horse, Instant Coffee, he was tenacious down on the rail. And this race going faster than the 2 versions that we saw earlier, according to Andy Serling. He was very impressive.
Yes, Maggie, he was impressive. He did everything a first-timer you would like for them to do. Took away from the pony, warmed up very nicely. He was aggressive. In the gate, he stood very nice and tall and broke all right. I wish he broke a touch better, but that was okay. You know, I rode the rail, had a nice clean trip to the rail, and it's a little tough for 2-year-olds to ride that rail with all the horses on his outside, but he got a little lost into the turn, the 3/8 pole, but you had to kind of tell him, you got to do it, and every 16th he was finding more and more. That last 1/8 of a mile, he really figured out what we needed to do, and I love what I saw, and he galloped out great. You know, I was really, really impressed with his first time debut.
That's so cool, and that you kind of realize that they're picking up, the light bulbs going off as the race is running. And 2, he got in front, got to the wire, and his ears went up. That indicates to me, at least, Dylan, and you tell me your opinion, that he can go further than this.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he was just getting started at the eighth of a mile, and even galloping out, he was loving every part of it. He was really happy with what he did, and I was happy with what I saw. He just looks like he could handle some more distance for sure.
Dylan, this could be a really nice one. Make sure you stay on it.
I hope so. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to try to. Yeah, much kudos to Brad Cox and the team, Al, and for putting me on here and the opportunity to ride him. Just love to continue on with him, and we'll see what's to come.
Congrats. Well done, Dylan.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis aboard Instant Coffee, guiding him to a very professional victory first time out. A colt that has a future, Greg.
Indeed, yeah, well done by Dylan Davis and getting a big opportunity here to ride for Brad Cox.
Yeah, listen, that interview right there, I think the light went on for Dylan Davis as well at probably about the 3/8 pole. When you said on that first real good dirt horse, a 3-year-old or 2-year-old, you start thinking Breeders' Cup, you start thinking Derby right now, and it's a great feeling. I remember first time that I got on Winning Colors, she was a 3-year-old, early 3-year-old, but the feeling that she gave me was like no other feeling I'd had. And I'd already ridden in 2 Kentucky Derbies, but it's a great feeling when you're sitting on one that's reacting the way of what he just explained right there. And I just wanted to touch on that for a second.
It's where it starts. The dreams begin with these young 2-year-olds. That's why we love this Saratoga meeting, one of the many reasons. This is a horse that looks like he certainly could have a future. So good for Dylan Davis to be aboard there for Brad Cox and get that win. Meanwhile, we have some very good 2-year-old fillies we're going to see tomorrow on the Sunday card in the Spinaway. Grade 1 for the 2-year-old fillies. And Mark Casse has talked about Wonder Wheel like she could be a superstar. So far, undefeated, 2 for 2 and 2 wins at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he's talking about her like he's talked about some of the great ones that he's trained. And, you know, with just 2 races under her belt, but the way she does it, her stride, she's a pretty filly to watch run.
She's fast out of the gate. She uses that speed against this group, and she draws off easily for them. I'll go out on a limb and say that this field is much, much tougher than our closing weekend stake that we had at Churchill Downs. She won that easily, the debutante. This is actually a step up in class for her, what she's going to face.
Well, according to her trainer, she should be up to that task.
Well,
he
she
said
did it easy.
He put her in the same kind of breath as the 2-year-old champion Classic Empire he trained. He has high hopes for her going forward, but yeah, there are some other talented youngsters in that field. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be part of our Sunday coverage, the premier event at this meet for 2-year-old fillies. Todd Pletcher with a runner in here. Dwayne Lucas going to show up with a filly in here
Naughty
as well.
Gal, yeah, Naughty Gal ran an exceptional race earlier in the meet in Schuylerville, I believe. And she came out off the turn. She actually blew the turn, straightened it out. She swapped into her right lead early, and her centrifugal force sent her out in the middle of the racetrack. She continued on out in the middle of the racetrack, won the race. Luis Saez was not aboard that day. He's got Jose Ortiz, I believe, on the filly this week, or on tomorrow.
More on the Spinaway. Again, we're going to have this on tomorrow's card. Let's go to the Paddock set.
Looking forward to the Spinaway tomorrow. I think Todd Pletcher has a very good chance to win it for Eclipse with Kaling on the inside. Wonder Wheel, we'll find out how good she is. She's certainly run well in both of her starts.
She really has. I was at Churchill Downs. I've said this story many times. I was doing a hit, and I remember I bet Norm Cassie's horse to win. Norm Cassie was leaning over the window, over the winner's circle, and he's like, "Did you bet my horse to win?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you better go change your ticket because my father just said this is his best 2-year-old." And I'm like, "Oh, my God, I did the hit. I could not cancel my bet." And Wonder Wheel won. And then, obviously, she franked herself with her next effort, Andy. She showed more speed. She's the horse to beat in here, but there's some nice little fillies in here.
It's a shame that Norm picked that moment for a tip to actually win, because they almost never do. No, I think this is a very, very interesting race. A lot of different ways to go in here. Just Cindy, who won the Schuylerville. We've got all the stakes winners. Just Cindy winning the Schuylerville. We've got the Adirondack winner as well. She got it done here. I think the start will help her get a little more professional, but she's probably going to have to improve a little bit, but she may well do that.
Yeah, she might. You know, I thought she improved from her first start to her second start, because her first start, she didn't really beat much, so I didn't know what was happening. And obviously, Summer Promise was well meant for Dwayne Lucas, and I like the way she strided out. So I don't think the extra furlong or half a furlong, for her, will hurt her, but she got a good setup this day.
She did, but that doesn't mean she can't win this race. She's run fine in her races. I prefer her to Naughty Gal, the Adirondack winner, at least while she was a little bit green. She was fairly professional. Naughty Gal, she was a bit naughty.
Yeah, she was. She got a ton of talent, though. She's very, very fast, Naughty Gal. And she's the kind of horse that she could break your heart with a lot of speed. And this is the last race where she just took it to him early. Saber Tough was in this race, but the race was over. And you could see she started lugging out. She got very, very green here, Andy. And you know, I would think she's going to get better with that one racing, but she still wins clear.
She does. I didn't love the field. I don't love that she lugged out. I'm not saying she can't win. Obviously, Wayne Lucas having a good meet up here with her winning. That's that nice maiden that's in the hopeful here on Monday. I just prefer other horses in here. They have more experience. Obviously, a horse like Kaling on the rail for Todd Pletcher doesn't have the experience the others. I really liked her debut, though.
No, I did. The daughter of Practical Joke. She broke from the 2-0. She was very, very professional. Somehow she got to swing 5 wide. She had a wall of horses, and she went by him. She got a ton, I think, a ton of experience out of that start. And Flavian Pratt back in the irons.
He's not bad.
No, he's pretty good.
Having a pretty good meet. He's a terrific rider. A lot of good riders here, guys.
This colony, we've seen it all meet long. It's like Murderer's Row. The best ever assembled. Take a look at the 2-year-old stakes schedule. And the winners we've seen at this meet. 2 big ones still to come for the fillies, the Spinaway Sunday, and then the boys get their chance. Grade 1 hopeful on closing day, Labor Day of this meet. It's hard to believe we're already here this final weekend, but still a lot more to be decided in these last few days of the meet. It's going to be fun. And, of course, the Spinaway, and for that matter, the hopeful on Monday for the boys. Big, you know, moving on to the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies, and then next year as well to the Oaks and the Derby. You have those dreams.
This is a big race, the hopeful. The hopeful is the signature race of Saratoga for the 2-year-olds, as is the Spinaway. And, you know, as far as breeding, when the horses leave the racetrack, it's an important race. If you can win this race, you really help your status as maybe becoming a stallion, not to mention what it does to you and putting you at the top of the class of the division.
This is huge, by the way. Real quick, want to mention a huge thank you to everybody out there watching that last race. Saratoga just broke the all-time record for money wagered on a season. Just incredible. So huge thank you to all the fans out there watching, horsemen, horsewomen who have supported our racing here in New York. Thank you so much for an incredible record-breaking season here in summer at Saratoga Racecourse. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. More coming up. Late Pick 5 is next. And, of course, these guys always make an impact up here. Meets leading rider, Rat Ortiz Jr. His brother, Jose, really coming on strong late as well. They are closing strong indeed. We're going to see a lot more of them coming up.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back on Saratoga Live, program brought to you in part where you can play it all. NYRA Bets. Get signed up on the app or go to NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Toga 200, that code to use for new members at sign up. I'll look at the veranda. One of the great spots to catch all the action here at Saratoga. Get your up close and personal to the racetrack there. We have the late pick 5 coming up next. We're going to begin it on the turf. Mile and a 16th on the Mountain Turf course in this allowance optional claiming field. And there's one of the many contenders in this race. There's Sanctuary City. Right now 4-1 on the board. Let's check in for a paddock report and go to Acacia Clement.
And we'll start with a horse coming out of graded and stakes tries, and that is the number 2, Analyze It, who has been one that's been a little bit difficult to keep on the racetrack over the years. He's now at the age of 7. He's a gelding and looking to get back to the winner's circle for the first time in 2022, having only had one start this year. That was in the Cliffhanger when he came in a little bit at the start, broke in, but he saved ground on the rail. He seemed really reluctant to go up inside that day and held okay to be third. He's typically a horse that has a lot more early speed. Now, he hasn't raced since May, and again, that was his only race this year, and he comes in here looking incredibly fit. I mean, he is absolutely chiseled, particularly for a 7-year-old. As sometimes as horses get older, they can just carry a little bit more weight, just look a little softer around the edges from race to race. That's not what I'm seeing with Analyze It, and he's been on the muscle here in the paddock too. He is intriguing given his class, though of course, as we've learned from him over the years, a little bit tough to trust at times. One horse you can always trust to show up is the 4, Sanctuary City, as he is such a cool New York bred that just really runs his race regardless of the distance, the level of competition, the surface, whatever it is, as he comes out of a 1 3/16 race won by Soldier Rising, who did run in Grade 1 company next, and he ran 4th that day at a distance that I just really don't think that he prefers. I think this is a much better spot for him. He is a bit of a smaller type. He is one that carries his weight from race to race. He always has been that way, but he is a horse that I think looks probably the most fit that he has this summer, making his 3rd start up at the spa already. I like this spot for Sanctuary City, and once again, he is a horse that comes from far off of it, but he just runs his race every time. I think a lot of us that cover New York racing on a regular basis have a little bit of a soft spot for Sanctuary City. Now, all the way to the outside, the number 11, Never Explain, is making his 3rd start off the bench for Shug McGahee. He comes out of a race last time out where Big Everest wired the field. He was wide. He was really far back. I think he runs better races when he is a little bit more forward. And I haven't seen him since last year. Wasn't in the paddock for that Belmont race. But he has really done well from 3 to 4. He's strengthened up. He's a very beautifully put together horse. Very elegant in his build, this son of Street Sense. But he's stronger behind than he was last year, which I certainly appreciate. And he's been sharp here in the paddock, which I was hoping to see because, once again, I think given his race 2 starts back and the way that he finished up that day, he could be better if he's not left with so much to do. He is a very big and leggy type, so hopefully he's able to get his feet underneath of him a little bit earlier on. But for more information, we'll head across the paddock, check in with Andy and Paul.
While I do like the 4 Sanctuary City in this race, I don't like the 8 scratch, took out some of the speed. You'd still like to think there should be an honest pace, and I think he'll prefer getting a little less distance. 1 3/16 probably a little far for him, though Acacia's right. He seems to run his race regardless of distance. But that last race, Paul, where we saw the winner, Soldier Rising, run a good 3rd in our Sword Dancer, was a race where I think being forwardly placed was an advantage. So I think the fact that he closed as well as he did and even finished 4th, probably a feather in his cap. I like him today.
Yeah, you know, he's only been a couple lengths or a length and a half behind Sanctuary City, and he might, you could argue, is, I don't know, could say obviously the recency of the form is a lot better. Trevor McCarthy will get on him for the first time. He might be better at this 1 16th. The mile and a mile length, he might be in one of those tweener horses, but if they go fast up front, I would think Ocean and Tatique goes, and I think Monetation, the 6 has got a little bit of pace. I even think the 10, Eyes on Target, is going to have to push out of there to get position.
Yeah, I don't think that Eyes on Target's going to get those kind of soft trips that he's been getting in the past, but we'll get to him in a sec. Great on a curve. I'm going to tell you something. This horse has got plenty of races fast enough. And it's a rare Chad Brown horse at a big price, and he got just completely sawed off in a paceless race last time out, and I think he's very dangerous today.
Yeah, I think you got to draw a line through his last race. You're 100% right. He comes into this race basically 2 wins in a row, and if you draw a line through that, the other races are good. He's the kind of horse that does like to win races, 6 for 14 lifetime. Your worry is he has not won here at Saratoga, so he needs to buck that trend, but you're getting a great price, like you said, at 7-1.
Yeah, see how it works out. Now, I think you like Eyes on Target more than I do. I think he's been a horse that's a little dressed up by soft trips, but perhaps he's not impossible. He's not a horse that needs the lead.
He's a tough horse to gauge because he was going to go by Ocean Atlantique. The more I look at that replay, and he got sort of blind switched by Good Governance, which was a Chad Brown runner that actually just swallowed both of those runners up. But Eyes on Target was on the rails, about to peel out, and I thought was going to go by. So I think the 10's a better proposition than the 9. The board's showing that.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 was able to get that, as a long shot because of a heads-up ride by Luis Saez. Different situation. Listen, I'm not saying Eyes on Target can't win here. I just kind of prefer others. I prefer the 4 and 5 in here. And Analyze It can win the 5-2 shot. But his last race is not as good as it looks. He got an absolutely dream trip and simply didn't finish.
Here comes our post parade. As we approach the 7-minute mark to post, we'll start with Clear Vision, who is 28-1.
Yeah, I mean, when he's good, he shows some speed. None of it last time out, and I just don't think he's nearly as good as he once was.
Analyze It 5-2. Chad Brown or Rad Ortiz Jr.?
He's a game horse. If it wasn't for a Catholic boy, he'd have 7 wins. But, he's a talented horse. When at his best, he can win.
This one a little interesting here. Turf debut in the States, Lorenz.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's hard to really know how his Brazilian form was. Tough spot for his U.S. turf debut.
Sanctuary City, Trevor McCarthy aboard for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, the thing for this horse by Temple City, just can't get too far behind.
Graded on a curve, New York bred.
Massive excuse last time. Definitely has the credentials to win at a square price.
Yeah, Monition has some good form. Cherie DeVaux and Jose Lezcano rides.
Yeah, Cherie can flat out train. She's good off this move, too. 21%. And like you said, the son of English Channel will have Jose Lezcano, who's been hot.
Here's the 9. Ocean Atlantique tried to wire that field with Good Governance and Eyes on Target last start.
Great heads-up ride last time out by Luis Saez. Hard to see him being able to set the pace, though, in this race.
And here is the one that Ocean Atlantique finished just ahead of Eyes on Target.
Yeah, this one from Michael Dubb, son of Exaggerator, in really good form. Been at the wire the last 5 starts.
And Shig McGahee, Javier Castellano team up with Never Explain.
Yeah, it just feels like he would need to improve a lot to beat these horses. Nowhere near Eyes on Target last time, though compromised by the slow pace.
That is the field for the race that kicks off the pick 5. Countdown to race 9. Presented by Longines, the official timekeeper of Saratoga Racecourse. So the 5-2 favorite, Analyze It, who has had some really big performances in his career. He's had some disappointing efforts as well. And we've not seen him since late May for Chad Brown.
Yeah, interesting horse. Analyze It is one of 3 horses in this field that actually is in for the claim. I mean, you can buy him out of this race. And in this race, he breaks, tucks in, gets a good spot. I don't think he finishes up that well here, although a much higher level race than what we're running in today.
He's had some big moments. He was 3rd, beat less than a length Breeders' Cup Mile. That was a long time ago, back in 2018. But he still has ability, obviously. He has the meet's leading rider aboard who knows him well. And anytime you come out of this barn, you got to like the positives Acacia had said as well, that appearance-wise, he looks great on the track.
And this is an aggressive stable, Chad Brown's stable. They try to run their horse in the right spot. And making a downward move here from stakes company and graded stakes company into a race where the only reason they're eligible for it is because they're willing to risk the horse at the claim box or the for sale box is a risk in itself. And with his speed, I think Analyze It has a chance, believe it or not, in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed to be a lot closer than what he was last time.
If nothing else, Gary, Rad Ortiz Jr. with a 2, Tom talked about his ability to be close, but at least from that post 2 anyway, could secure a great position to save ground.
Oh, I think he's absolutely going to get a good trip. I think he'll show his speed. He's had all this time off, sharpened up. coming out of a good race at Monmouth Park, but that was clear back in May. And Chad can get one ready off the layoff.
Pick 5 pool approaching $1 million on this final Saturday of the meet. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on a horse that could potentially show a little early foot. That's the number 6 Monition for Cherie DeVoe, who with a limited number of starters has had a really strong meet up here this summer. And this horse does come in off of a layoff and is wearing a mask for the first time. And I spoke to Cherie about it, and she said he's actually a little bit blind in one eye and that he can only see shadows. And so he did actually end up cutting himself. And to protect the cut, protect the stitches, they added the mask on. So that's no real kind of equipment to aid him in any way. It's just to protect him. But she said sometimes he can get a little bit lost out on the racetrack. And so with Jose Lezcano climbing aboard, she said she wanted him to stay with the pony. She wants him to stay quiet out on the racetrack, as sometimes he can be a little bit spooky. He's been forward, he's been sharp throughout, but he hasn't been doing too much. And especially with that in mind, that there maybe are a couple little limitations that his trainer's very well aware of. This is a horse that I think could be very intriguing, and he looks very fit off the layoff. We'll see what kind of speed he shows, as that could make things a little bit interesting, Andy and John and Paul.
Yeah, no question about it, and we'll see if he can be more forward in here. You never really know for sure who's going to be leading any of our races. As far as analyzing it, it's sort of amazing, Paul. If he wins this race today, he will be over $1 million in earning, and he's only making his 17th start as a 7-year-old. In his 2-year-old year, he looked like a brilliant horse. The kind of horse that could really be a major horse. And obviously he was. I mean, lost by a nose at 1.25 miles to Catholic Boy. Tremendous racehorse.
Catholic Boy beat him twice.
He beat him tonight. It's something our friend Greg Wolf knows only too painfully well.
Yeah.
My understanding is he's been battling foot issues. I think it might be quarter cracks, but foot issues probably throughout his career, which is why he's made so few starts. And that's one of the reasons he's in for 62.5. He's a 7-year-old gelding. At this point, what are you going to do? You can barely keep him on the track. If somebody wants to claim him, he'll be 8 soon. We hope some luck with him, you know?
Yeah, I was just talking to you about it. He was a borderline horse that if he would have beat Catholic Boy in some of those grade ones, he was a borderline sire. And now he's getting gelded at 7 because of the issues. And, you know, he looks well on the racetrack. And you know what? He still possesses that speed. And speed is the name of the game, and it's always dangerous. So you hate to throw horses out like this that, you know, it could be $1 million winner after this race.
It's kind of amazing, right? That he could win $1 million, 17th start as a 7-year-old. Frustrating horse because he obviously has a world of talent.
And yeah, he's accomplished a lot in his career, even though I'm sure Connections thought he could do some potentially really great things. But to even get to a point where you're close to $1 million in earnings, he's had some big moments in his career, including beat less than a length in the Breeders' Cup Mile. We'll see if he's still got enough of the tank to beat a pretty good field that's going to line up against him here to kick off the sequence. Gary, now you wanted to get back to the 9, Ocean Atlantique, who tried to wire that field last time out here August 6th.
That's by far the fastest race, numbers-wise, that this horse has ever run. And it should be noted that he was gelded after 2 races back. So last time when he ran this big race, that was the first time he was running as a gelding. And I'm just wondering, Mike Maker, this horse wasn't performing. He ran decent the first couple races after he arrived here from France at Keeneland. And I think Mike Maker must have just been getting frustrated. He wasn't getting what he thought he was going to get out of him. He never dropped him in for claiming price, any of that stuff. 3 Diamond Farms, the owner. So they gelded him clear back in May. And first time gelding, and it was a big improvement. So if he can repeat his last race, he's in with a chance in here.
And they changed up his style from his previous recent races, and they went with Louis Saez in the iron. Saez is back aboard. We're talking about the pace in this race, who may show, who may not. I got to believe that the 9, Ocean Atlantique, from that 9 post to the outside is going to be sent away from the gate.
That was the game plan last start. It almost paid off at 24-1. We'll see if second time off a layoff, as Gary had talked about, he can last a little bit longer. Going to go an extra 1/16 of a mile today. So you look at the tremendous crowd on hand on this final Saturday of the meet. That Pick 5 pool up and over $1.16 million. if you're anywhere near this area, you're going to do all you can to try and get in every final chance you can to get here to Saratoga with closing day coming up on Monday. And down to 2-1 favoritism now with the 7-year-old, the 2. Analyze It. Meet leading rider, Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
To me, 2-1 right now with a leading rider, meets leading rider, Chad Brown. That's a big price for this horse with those connections and dropping down in class. So I thought he'd be a shorter price than that.
Greg, you mentioned his foot issues in the past, and although it may be obvious to some of us, a lot of people don't realize that this grass, horses on the grass, is so much easier on their feet. If they're bred for the grass, they like the grass, and they have foot troubles, the grass is a much kinder surface underneath them. It really moves them around there much differently.
Guys, they were showing going into the turn. If you noticed, that rail is set out at 12 feet. It had been set out at 26 leading up to these final couple of days of racing, but that's a disadvantage for Ocean Atlantique drawn out where he's at right now.
Gotta go.
Not a lot of room to that first turn. We'll see if Luis Saez, how aggressive he is to try and potentially grab that lead with the 9. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go upstairs to Johnny Brielle.
All in the gate. And they're off. Analyze It broke well. There goes Monition. There goes Ocean Atlantique. And on the outside, it is Eyes on Target heading into the clubhouse turn. Ocean Atlantique has the lead here. Ocean Atlantique is the leader. Monition is running in second. Eyes on Target is next in third. Widest of all there is Never Explain, who is running in fourth. And then it is Analyze It next in fifth, followed by Clear Vision in sixth. Graded on a Curve is next in seventh, followed by Sanctuary City, and Lorenz is the trailer in ninth. The quarter won in 24 and 3/5 seconds. Ocean Atlantique is the leader here, with Eyes on Target on the outside in second. Monition saving ground down towards the rail in third. Then comes Never Explain next in fourth. And in between horses is Analyze It. The half mile in 49 seconds. After Analyze It is Clear Vision in sixth, followed by Sanctuary City, Graded on a Curve, and Lorenz continues to trail. They get into the far turn now. Ocean Atlantique challenged here by Eyes on Target. The two of them are right together. Never Explain is racing in third as Monition drops back a bit down at the rail. Alongside is Analyze It, then Graded on a Curve, followed by Clear Vision and Sanctuary City off the turn into the stretch. Here comes Eyes on Target. Monition is looking for a way through. On the far outside, it is a Never Explain as they come past the eighth pole now. It is still Ocean Atlantique along with Eyes on Target. And here comes Analyze It, who's kicking in late. Far outside at Sanctuary City. The four of them come to the wire together. Oh, it's very tight among Sanctuary City, Analyze It, and Eyes on Target.
Blanket finisher, about 3 of them there at the wire. Was it outside to start off this late pick 5?
I couldn't really tell. The two maker horses, Eyes on Target and Ocean Atlantique, they were running as a team through the stretch. And let's take a close look here. Who got the bob?
It's the 10 right now, but now it looks like, wow, maybe outside.
I think the 4 horse got there.
That's amazing.
Sanctuary City.
When we watched it live, I didn't think the 4 got there. Watching in slow motion, it looks like it was him to me, but that is tight.
If it is, and the crowd reacting to the replay here, 7-2 on Sanctuary City. We'll wait for the photo. One more look here down the stretch, and the 2 Mike Maker runners, Gary, the 9, the 10, right now duking it out.
Yeah, I mean, Ocean Atlantique, he ran brave down on the fence. He was trying to fight back under Luis Saez, and Eyes on Target, Jose Ortiz on the outside, and then number 4, Sanctuary City, Trevor McCarthy. What a finish.
Yeah, look, Maker trained both the 9 and the 10. I don't think they helped each other down the backside with the 9 Ocean Atlantique leading the way and Eyes on Target on his outside. Definitely hurt the 9, but, you know, you ride to win. You know, people always ask when a trainer has 2 in the race. They ride independent of each other, these jocks do.
Separate owners, you ride your race.
The last nose down was Sanctuary City. Was it right before the wire, guys.
Oh, Sanctuary City won the race. The photo's probably really for second, or more for second right now. Paul, you thought the 10 might have got the bob.
It's close.
Sanctuary City was so much the best in this race, it's actually laughable. They were crawling up front. 24.76, 49.10. Look at the final time. They were absolutely crawling. He was too wide around the track, caught in traffic in the stretch, and actually managed to get up. Trevor McCarthy did a tremendous job getting through. Trevor's had a lot of bad luck at this meet and has not ridden badly for a guy who just got his 6th win. And this horse, Sanctuary City, may have won by about 1.5 inches, but he was much better than that.
And they can see the happy connections there.
Well, I mean, a legend. Dr. Messina?
Yeah,
the man
right?
is a legend in this game.
He is. Mr. Edward Messina and Trevor McCarthy. And this is a cool win for Trevor. He's had a tough luck week, like Andy said. And listen, eyes on target and Ocean. And this was a great finish. Analyze it. Ran his race. He just a little bit short.
I said to you, Paul, around the 16th ball, if Sanctuary City doesn't win this race, it's going to be a crime. And now I've known Dr. Messina since I was literally about 12 years old.
Oh, he's crying.
Always super nice to me when I was a kid. A great guy, and I could not be happier for him.
Always special to win at this meet. You see what it means. Sanctuary City by a whisker, getting that nose down just at the right time. And good for Trevor McCarthy, too. Young man who came back from the West Coast, had a terrific Aqueduct meeting, rode well at Belmont as well to get a big win like this. Good for him.
Yeah, and he deserved it. He got a suspension here earlier in the meet. Rode a race where I thought it was an iffy call. It was for second place finish that he had. Rode a great race. He rides hard. Just all business and tries like nobody else out there.
He won a race for me earlier in the meet on the grass, similar circumstances. Had to find a trip from well back and got up right at the wire.
Does his homework, always pays attention to how the track's playing.
Works hard in the morning.
Comes
he
from
really does.
A family. It's in the family business. Dad was a rider for many, many years, following in his footsteps. Wife just returned to the races yesterday, first mountain in about 16 months. Trevor in the winner's circle, good for him. Warlike Goddess, she is the dominant one in the division. Fillies and Mirrors going long on the lawn. She'll try and add a second graded stake in the Saratoga meet in the Flower Bowl when we come back.
.7% of WinStar Bred graded stakes winners were offered at public auction, including more than 125 stakes winners, 60 plus graded stakes winners, and over 20 Grade 1 winners and counting. Look for the star at the upcoming sales.
Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
We're back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage on a beautiful Saturday here in upstate New York. We just saw a thriller to kick off the late pick 5. Sanctuary City nose just down at the last second to get by Analyze It, and eyes on target. $9.60 for the win. First win at Saratoga on the grass in 6 tries. Jimmy Ferraro, Trevor McCarthy with his 5-year-old son at Temple City. Let's go to Acacia.
I have a very special interview here, Greg. Dr. Edward Messina, a Sanctuary City, finds the winner's circle. Dr. Messina, you were just telling me how special this horse is to you, particularly in memory of your wife, Tina.
Absolutely. My wife was one of my greatest supporters in everything, in every venture. And she never got to see Sanctuary other than on television because of her illness. And I want to dedicate this race to her and in her memory. She was a soulmate for life, and we were 69 years as friends and 60 years as married. And Sanctuary deserved many more wins, but he finally got the ride that he deserved, and he showed his true mettle that he belonged with this kind of company. So I'm very, very pleased for everyone.
It's such a beautiful story, and he is such a cool horse, too. He shows up every time.
He's actually a bit of a character, because when I go to the barn and I pay attention to other horses, he gets angry and he starts to whinny, and he then stomps his foot and he says, "What about me? I'm your friend. You're supposed to come over here." And he's a character, and I just love him to death, and I love him for the memory that he provides me with about my wife. So it's very, very special. This win, especially in Saratoga, with the toughest horses in the country.
To see him have that number posted as he got up in time under the wire, what were those emotions?
Well, when he unleashed that run, it was explosive. And I wasn't quite sure that he got to the finish line in time. And I turned around to 6 of my friends that were, helping me through this particular memorable day. They said, he got it, he got it. I said, "Are you sure?" Sure. I wasn't even sure. And I've been watching horse races since I'm a youngster, Yeah. But he did a fine job, and Trevor rode him exactly to instructions, and we got the result that we should have gotten a long time ago.
We are all thrilled for you. Such a beautiful story in memory of Tina, and he's such a great horse that's so fun to follow. Congratulations.
There are a few other people that I have to thank. Jimmy Ferraro, number 1. This horse has been remarkable under his care. He's kept his form for 3 years at least, and he always tries hard. And the entire team, Brandon, who's his groom, and Ricky, who's his exercise rider. These people put the show on for us every day, and they deserve all the credit, and I want to bestow that credit to Jimmy and his team. So thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for highlighting those people behind the scenes, Greg. Those are the ones that make all the magic happen on the racetrack, and Sanctuary City brought some magic today.
All came together for this horse. Congratulations to these winning connections. Brilliant ride, brilliant finish, and a thriller down the stretch.
A thriller, and man, that was pretty touching. Every horse has a story, and we just heard Sanctuary City's story. I think it's part of what makes racing so special.
All right, so that one in the books. We'll get into the pick 4 coming up. We're going to see, as we touched on going to break, maybe, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on this, the most dominant performer in any division we have right now coming up.
I would agree. Warlike Goddess.
Yeah.
I got a phone call earlier today making a prediction on this race, and I just laughed and I shouldn't laugh because anything can happen in a horse race, but he said he liked Temple City Terror in here. Well, something's going to have to happen, eventful during the race, I think, for Warlike Goddess to not get the job done today.
We saw Jackie's Warrior lose earlier at the meet at a similar price, but this would be, in a lot of ways, even more shocking.
It would be. I think for her to get beat today, based on the performances she's shown this year and her resume all through last year, it would be a big, big surprise. The one thing about this race, our Flower Bowl, that may be a thorn in her side is the pace situation. There's not a lot of pace in the race, but typically in a race where there's not a lot of pace, they all bunch up, and it's who can finish the best. We all know who's going to finish the best this race. It's going to be her.
Warlike Goddess, she has been special. She's never lost at Saratoga. She's trying to win her 2nd graded stakes race of this meet. Coming up in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl, 18 minutes away. She's 1-9 on the board. Joel Rosario will ride for Bill Mott when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsleDowns.com.
We're back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage at the premier meet in the country. And the big one for the 2-year-old boys coming up on the closing day of the meet. Grade 1 hopeful, 7/8 of a mile. And Most Strike, Grade 3 Sanford winner for Brad Cox, was very impressive on July 16th.
Yeah, it was very impressive when he won the Sanford Stakes. Set just off of the lead, head and head, was battling, and then exerts himself under Florent Giroux in the last 16th of a mile. Seemed to start to inch away. Big fight. When Florent Giroux really goes to work on this colt, he responds the right way. That tells me that he wants more distance. Distance of this race was 6 furlongs. He's got another furlong to deal with.
I mean, he got headed in this race. You watch closely, he's going to get headed and pass. It takes a lot of horse and a lot of ride to get a horse to come back on a horse after he's been passed. But he does it. Most Strike is 2 for 2 lifetime. Was impressive in his debut at Churchill Downs. Impressive here again. Natural progression, but it's a tough race. Let's not forget that. Small field, but a very, very good field.
Like the fact, though, that he has that win, integrated stake as well, but over this racetrack, having a run here at Saratoga, how important has that been for these young horses?
Oh, I think that's very important. I think definitely Saratoga is a racetrack that some horses really like it and some horses don't. Most Strike, to show that he can win over this course, I think it makes a big difference coming into the hopeful on Monday.
Looking forward to that on our Monday coverage. See if Gulfport can get back to his dominant self. He was no match for Damon's Mound last time out. Bit of a troubled trip in that start, but he'd been very impressive first couple of starts of his career. This race coming up, Grade 2 Flower Bowl, all about Warlike Goddess. Trying to remain perfect and move her record to 4 for 4 here at Saratoga. So we go back to Andy and Paulie.
Well, I don't know if I can top Tom saying that he's worried about the slow pace for the 4, but it's going to be won by the best finisher, and we all know she's the best finisher. I'm just a little thrown by that, but The two geniuses out here, we like Warlike Goddess.
Yeah, listen, she's a mare now that has just grown up. She's 8 for 10 lifetimes. She's 3 for 3 over this racetrack. The only horse that can beat her in this race, in my mind, is Virginia Joy. And what ended up happening last time, you keep on talking about the pace. Well, Virginia Joy was supposed to be the pace, and Irad Ortiz Jr. decided to go, let everybody go 117 and fell behind Warlike Goddess. Here's the issue. You cannot fall behind Warlike Goddess because, like Tom said, she's going to be finishing the best. I think change of tactics today. Irad has to go with the 3, or she's going to do this again.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. With a horse like Virginia Joy, she's not going to beat her trying a similar running style.
No.
So you want to try it. Now, I wonder if the real speed in here is actually the other Chad Brown runner, Marvelous Maud. Now, it's such a funny race that a horse who has no speed could easily be in front. Listen, Capital Structure, who scratched her, came from dead last in a slow pace last time, could have been the speed if she wanted to. And so much is about how they ride the race. And it's like you sometimes wonder if these guys think, well, if I stretch it out a little bit, that'll just help Warlike Goddess. So I'd rather bunch the field up and hope I get lucky. Yeah. But I tend to agree with you, and actually kind of interested in Tom's thoughts on that. I mean, I feel like if Tom Amoss had a horse in here, he would want to go to the front.
You usually like to be aggressive, don't you?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Marvelous Maud is that horse on the outside, the 7 horse that can set the pace in here. To Andy's point about laughing at my comment, I mean, I think it was Rock Emperor's race here where the field just stayed bunched up. There wasn't really a lot of speed in there, and there was probably 5 or 6 lengths between first and last, but he punched the best at the end.
Warlike Goddess, heavy favorite in the Flower Bowl. We are off air in a few seconds here. We're back, though, at 6 Eastern with another hour of action on FS2. We will see you then. And we'll recap what happened in the Jockey Club Gold Cup Olympiad. That 5-race win streak came to an end in the Whitney. Can it get back on track? Grade 1 winner is a 3-year-old, American Revolution. Looking for his first win as a 4-year-old for Todd Pletcher, who also will send out Dynamic One, Suburban winner. Tremendous crowd on hand for the big action to come. We'll see you back at 6 Eastern on FS2.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont.